Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, September the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. And yes, I'm in this acro short. Very surprised. Interactive Brokers came up with a few thousand shares. Not that I took them all, but so I'm in around 30.51 and just waiting on this right now. Might take some off right here. Anyway, guys, I was creating my list, of course. There's no point going over everything that's down today. Of course, the CPI numbers came out at 8:30, and that has rocked the market so far. So, again, really not that much to talk about in terms of the ones that are up. Of course, AKRO was up. ETNB is up still, I believe. ETNB is still up. TNB is up. I can't, yeah. So again, it's one of these situations where we're starting to see more and more, just because a company says they're going to appear at one of these conferences, and this is another wing rate one, the stock pops. So that's the reason. That's the only reason I can see. Let's see when they're supposed to appear. Just yeah, I'm sure if I dove into this article, I could find out more. But anyway, that's the reason. That's the only reason I can see for ETNB popping up. CMRA, and again, guys, this is a really short list. Again, I'm not going to go everything that's down. CMRA, and this is starting to fall like the rest of the market. Of course, CMRA, a bunch of insiders, about 122,000 shares at approximately $2.05. So a bunch of insider buying. And last, another one I saw, oh, NRBO. So they did a reverse split, a 1 for 30 reverse split. And another one of these reverse splitters that's actually worked the first day, up 14%. But let's see what happens later on. Not shortable, of course. Most of us are not going to be able to short this one because it's its first day after the reverse split, a 1 for 30. And then there was MDGL. MDGL, I noticed that was up, one of the few ones that was up. All right, so MDGL, but it is starting to fade also. Boy, this was shortable for me also. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but wow. So what a shellacking so far on that SPY. And again, there's no point in going over every single one that's down. So many charts are going to look like this with that big 830 to 845 candle. So I've taken some off the AKRO right around that 29 level, okay? Right around that 20. I mean, it's still up 135%, so I don't want to get too greedy. Let's see if there's anything. This VNet, yeah, I mean, I just don't believe anything. I know this is a China stock, and they're saying that somebody might acquire them for $8.20. So again, guys, again, there's 0 point in taking a look at everything that is gapping down now. So wait and see what happens if we get any sort of a bounce in this market today. $27.8. Thank you, Zach. Okay, I'm just kind of looking to see if there's any. I mean, the market selling has abated for a bit here after these two candles. Let's just see if this pauses here around that 400 mark. I am talking north, yes. Yeah, Latch, a little bit of yeah, some action here. Little one, LTCH. Not a low float, 101 million in the float. So Latch and WeWork partner to provide apartment residents with access to flexible workspace. Okay. Now this one is shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers. Can't believe these pops right now, guys. Not with the market doing what it's doing. Even though these are little ones, usually they don't really care that much about what the market's doing, but within reason. And I think this is out of the reason right now. Just looking at some of the high flyers from yesterday. The PYPD, of course, the INM, all giving it up. All right, guys, out of the AKRO, those may be those value areas, but I'm going to take a look. Maybe this is reshortable later on. Actually, all the shorts are gone now in Interactive Brokers. So I've covered my short, did okay. That was a phase 2B also for AKRO. Phase 2B, it wasn't phase 3, but it was phase 2B. And it's a low float, 23 million in the float. So again, another reason why those sort of things can happen. How are the meme stocks doing? Okay, AMC must be underneath 10 again. Yeah, just sneaking under 10. How's GME doing? Yeah, so nothing is safe. Of course, Bitcoin took a hit also, BITO. Let's take a look at BITO. Everything, I mean, virtually everything took a hit. But let's see if 400 holds today. 400 on the SPY, of course. Yeah, they were booted out. You're right. I mean, you can call them resigned, Harry, regarding Peloton, but the new guy came in and he's basically said everybody out. No, whether that's going to help the fortunes going forward with Peloton remains to be seen, of course. But I don't call that like an abrupt resignation by these guys. Well, it'll be interesting to see. Of course, the analysts did not know this was going to happen. I'm going to check at 9:10 to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Tell me a stock that is not set up for more shorting, Harry, right now, anyway. The only hope are these little bios, really, the little bios that don't care what's happening to the rest of the market. So this one had actually earnings PL, Planet Lab, excuse me, has earnings, actually had earnings after hours. Good reaction after hours. And you look at that 15-minute chart. The mauve area right here, that's the action after hours. So it's kind of held. So it has not succumbed to what's happened to the rest of the market. Not yet anyway. This is lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, 3 million, 2.9 to be exact. But so this is PL though. So it's holding up for a while. Boy, this looks ripe though. I mean, just underneath 6. Yeah, not very much volume yet, 73,000 shares. The bulk of the action was after hours and that gap up for PL. All right, it is now 9:11. Let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from our analysts. I don't know what's going on. They've got one upgrade and just a few downgrades. So that was the lone upgrade. Again, this is from briefing.com. I'm sure there must be other upgrades and downgrades, other websites, but this is what I've got from briefing.com this morning. All right, and there you have it. A few upgrades, a few downgrades, and that's it. Boy, when we take a look at the sectors, it is going to be messy. Let me check the price of oil right now. Well, guys, we're getting closer to that 400, 401 now. Looking to see when there's a little more short covering for AKRO, see if there's any shares coming available at Interactive Brokers. They're all snapped up now. Sure like this PL though, guys. I mean, I don't just hard to believe this is going to pop anymore. In the face of this market, 628, 628 looks like that's the next high looking left. There's just no volume yet though. That's the issue right now. No volume. Well, actually, we have the short float at 19%. That's still pretty high for AKRO. We have it. I mean, that's of course that number, the float and the short float percent. I mean, subject to change. go to different websites. You can probably find different numbers, but whatever that number is, it's probably going to be pretty high. So that can be another reason for this mercurial rise, not just the phase 2B, but a lot of short covering. Yeah, again, guys, just no point talking about every single stock that's down. The only hope is that this 400, just psychological. I mean, that's all it is. 400 holding maybe, but well, here's one that's popping a little bit. VKTX. It doesn't care what the market's doing right now. VKTX. See if there's any news on this. Here's another one. I mean, they're just to participate at upcoming investor conferences. This is the new. Well, this sort of PR has been around, of course, all the time, but the reaction to this news now, or these PRs, starting to get pretty crazy. But this is another one that's shortable for me anyway. Lots of shares available, 1.8 million at Interactive Brokers. Hard to believe these pops are going to last, depending what the market does, of course. Well, I don't know how anybody swing trades in this market. If you had proper stops, probably most of your positions you've been shaken out. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look. We can't put this off any longer. Let's take a look at the sectors. From our toolbar, I'm going to click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar. Click on Show More, and now click on Sector Status. It is going to be ugly, 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 ugly. Oh, but as ugly as I can remember. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, this is XLE, major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that 100% in red means. So obviously with this market just tumbling here, virtually everything, not quite everything is 100% like energy, but the only one that is modest is only 82% utilities, the so-called flight to safety with dividend-bearing stocks, etc. But I mean, even that's taking a huge hit. So now, again, when we look at this, if the market has any sort of a rally, we look at this at about 10 o'clock to 10 to 10:15. And instead of the change from the close, we look at the change from the open. We may see a very different picture. Okay. Remains to be seen. If the market continues straight down, this picture will not change. Not good for you on your AKRO short. I don't think there were, for me anyway. Yeah, there were no shorts of. Oh, there are shorts available. ETNB. There are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for ETNB, 159,000 of them. So that becomes, yeah. I mean, come on. Okay, so you're going to now they're going to appear at a Wainwright conference, as I said, jokingly, but I guess it makes sense. I mean, you're not going to appear at one of these conferences unless you think you're going to present some positive data. I guess, so that has been the reason, I guess, for all these moves. Yeah, you're right. So there has been some covering now. 4.6, 4,600 shares now at Interactive Brokers. This to me looks like the one, guys. I mean, I have to back up this daily chart to see where the next highs are. So there's a high here of 750. This is back in January 27th. A high of 750 for ETNB. Just kind of resting right now, but gotta think this is, I mean, this has gone from, I mean, it's up 47% just based on the fact they're going to do a presentation at one of these Wainwright conferences. Okay, so anybody know when it is? Okay, actually, okay, now I'm understanding a little bit more here, guys. This is Nash data also, okay? And that's the same thing with AKRO. So this is, should have realized that. So this is kind of a sympathy play then. Not only is this the Wainwright conference, but this is a sympathy play with AKRO because it's Nash data also. Not that they've released Nash data, but it's in the same sector. Well, I guess we got to cheering. The higher it goes, so here you go, guys. So there it is. So there's AKRO Nash NASH drug, and the other one is a NASH drug also. Hasn't released any data, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so we've got a little green bar in the SPY now, just a little one. We still have about 4 minutes for that candle to close. That one right there, the 9:15 candle to close. Maybe that'll hold for a bit. Boy, so far there's nothing stopping this ETNB. So on a day like today, it's going to be pretty interesting to see what sort of stocks we're going to get in this race scam. Both of these race scams, especially the large cap gainers. There's probably not going to be very many. The little ones, I'm sure we're still going to get some action, but my feeling is that we're just not going to get very much follow through. We had great follow through in a lot of the small cappers yesterday. Hard to believe we'll get that today. Unless, of course, we get a rally. And this could turn into my favorite day, the big gap down. And then doesn't have to be a huge rally, just a steady run. But we'll see. But this is pretty devastating right now. Just looking to see if anything else there. So here's one, the Better Choice Company, BTTR. It is popping in here for some reason. Aha, here, another one. Big blow to the ego. So the CEO is stepping down and the stock pops. Again, how do you feel? You step down and the market cheers. So that is BTTR. For how long? I don't know. Not very much volume yet. But this is it. Management and board changes. CEO is stepping down. Maybe there's your first little pullback now for ETNB. What did it get up to? It got up to 784, so 773. So it's pulled back about 20 cents. All right, guys, I'm going to get set for this open. It'll be a very interesting day for sure. Well, the race always starts from a top list. Okay, Ron. I'm not creating a watch list for it as such. It's coming from a top list always. I don't. I'm not replacing anything. It just does it automatically. So if a stock is traded 200,000 shares and it's up 2% and it's between $1 and $50 and it's moving, it'll show up just automatically. I don't do anything. Well, I have my own personal watch list for the day. Am I like symbols? Yes. But all right, guys, here we go. We are now open. But I mean, this is in essence. I mean, Well, this creates a watch list for the day. Eventually this will create a watch list for the day. Boy, I'm looking at this ETNB, guys. All right, for some reason I've got NKTX, some alerts, probably from yesterday. Oh, that's right, NKTX. I was waiting on this one to see if it really gapped down. It didn't start. I don't know why it didn't start. No delta. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with the large cap. It's a good question. Unless it's just the fact that nothing is meeting the, no, but it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. No, I said I didn't think we'd get anything. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know why it hasn't started. Change some of the open delta 930. No data. It might be literally that. That's the reason. Well, what did I say, guys? There's no data. There's literally no data. Nothing is meeting the filter requirements right now. Wow. So there's your answer. ETNB, guys. ETNB. Yeah, that's the reason. That's the reason. Now we finally get one stock, so we'll see what happens. I guess that's the reason. I mean, it's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, there you go. That's the reason. First time ever in the short history of our races. You know. All right, guys. Well, this short is working. The ETNB short is working so far. That was my number one focus. Look at the market. Hey, a little glimmer of hope here. So we had a green bar just before the market opened. Now this is the first 15-minute candle. So oh, I know I could do that, Pepe. It's just, obviously I haven't had to do that before. So, I mean, that just tells you what sort of a market we're in today. So look at CPRX. So this is the only one meeting the filter requirements. Half a billion market cap, 50 million minimum float, between $1 and $50. Actually, it is. I can't remember actually what I put as a minimum. Yeah, I got 10 and 50. Okay, maybe that was short-lived. There's a topping tail now on the SPY. All right, ETNB, big test now coming up at 7. Takes that whole number out. I'll be pretty happy. There's no replacement setting. It just is, Ron. Just check it. Just check replacement setting. There's no setting. I mean, it's just checking the box that says, do you want replacements? Well, it's up to you. If do you want the stocks to float to the top, or do you want them to just sort of appear anywhere? I want them to float to the top. The ones that are leading the race, I want them to float to the top. If you, it's not a matter of my like advising, or it's I guess it's a matter of choice. It's not a matter of advising one way or the other, really. It's just a matter of choice. What do you prefer? I prefer seeing the stocks that are leading the race to go up to the top here. All right, ETNB doing its thing, clicking out 7 now. I was almost going to cover some at 7, but I held off just a little bit. Look at CPRX now. Look at that big topping tail. Basically up and then drops about $1. CPRX. Yee, 400 guys. So that first 15-minute candle, that was green for a bit, not green now. So again, Ron, I mean, there's no, it's up to you. I mean, there's no right or wrong way in any of this. Okay. I mean, if you want replace symbols, if you want that, if you don't, then it won't move to the top. That's all. It's really up to you. So it's not a matter of my advising one way or the other. It's what I like to see, but it may not be what you like to see. Fix the list by percent change. I don't know what you mean by that. Let me put it this way. Do you like to see the ones that are leading a race to be at the top? Do you like to see that? So CMRA guys, so their big news today was insider buying, 122,000 shares, various insiders buying at around a little over $2. That's their news. Well, this could be a day where we'll actually see something like Apple or Tesla. We just put these in here just as a comparison. Yeah, you guys are talking about AEHR. Yeah, look at this. I mean, this is certainly bucking the trend, guys. Lots of volume coming in. AEHR. The next high looking left is 1587. So yeah, about 40 cents away, 47 cents away. But again, pretty tough to commit to. Even something with some news, low float, pretty tough to commit to these right now. I can see the market at least stop moving down. It doesn't have to be moving higher, but at least stop moving down. Zach, did you take the ETNB short? That's a tremendous percentage move now. Good. Okay. Yeah, I haven't covered anything yet, which is very unusual for me. I had my finger on the cover partial at $7, but I just held off. You know, we got to pay more attention, I guess, to these reverse splits the next day. Maybe buy a few just the day before, because I think we've seen about three of the last four that have had, I think Pixie did the same thing. Certainly NRBO. The one that didn't was MNMD. All right, guys, we're getting closer to covering some here. Wanted to see this 15-minute candle, see what the next one brings. Tutankhamun, little Egyptian action in the room. Oh, I'm glad I didn't cover yet. Look at this thing. Now, Actro's actually had a little bit of a pop here, showing up on one of my scans. A little bit of a pop. It is spelled wrongly, but that's okay. Phonetically, easier to pronounce. All right, guys, I've covered some of my ETNB. I've covered some of it. Western Digital, ooh, Western Digital. So a little pause there, moving down. WDC, look at this level, 40.09. Takes out 40, look out below. Depends what the market does, of course. All right, guys. See, 9:45. So the first 15 in the books. And so that candle did not remain green, sort of a doji. So this one is kind of bucking the trend, guys. KSPN at a high in 367 in the pre-market. Had a nice day yesterday. I do remember this one yesterday. Little follow through today. You know, in any other sort of a market, you might think, wow, if we can take out, maybe not today, but 370, and then you've got all this up here, up to $7 in terms of a potential gap fill. But again, pretty tough to commit to something like that right now. Well, here's another one. Look at this RCM. Woof. RCM takes out this 2047, all of that. The next low looking left is 1983. So it's got some room to the 20 level. Well, again, you know, hard to commit, but ALLR, the next high is $1.70, I think, $1.74. So obviously at $1.42 to get to $1.74, that would be a great percentage move. After that, is 234. So again, I'm not saying it's going to hit these levels, but you know, just looking left, that's where the next. Actually, I'm wrong. 150. I see a 150 here also. So I'm a little bit wrong. Okay, guys. So the market is sort of pausing here. It is pausing a little bit. What I'm looking for right now on a short is to see something that's got a lot of room underneath. You know, where the next low is quite a ways away. Not seeing anything exactly. So CPRX has had a bit of a topsy-turvy day. Look at this. It got up to 17. It pulled all the way back down to 16. So it's starting to move again. Spread is actually only a penny, so that's not too bad. I want to see if there's any sort of reason. Okay, so they're supposed to. What are these ones that are being included in the S&P small cap 600? Okay, so that is the reason for CPRX moving higher. Maybe, Dwayne, maybe a little bounce here. Well, right now you can look at these large cap gainers from the open, and this is really counter to the market. Anything that's a large cap that is actually positive today, few and far between, as witness why this didn't even start at 9:30. There was no data, nothing meeting the filter requirements, which has never happened before. But then again, we haven't had a gap down like this for a while, not since I've been running this race anyway. All right, getting closer to covering the rest of my ETNB, just wanting to see what sort of action it does right here. Some very small bottoming tails, which means the buyers are trying to come in. Utter nonsense, guys, but NRBO, just like Pixie a few days ago. So this is the equivalent. I don't know where this thing started, but this is the equivalent. Remember, they did a 1 for 30 reverse split. So this is like a 90-cent stock before. Looks like they did the reverse split around 70 cents, maybe. So far they're being reward. Okay, plan to repurchase. This is CEQP. This was yesterday. Actually, they announced that way after hours, looks like. So they're doing a secondary, and then they're looking to repurchase 125 million from one selling. Okay, so that's the reason for the CEQP pop this morning. Again, running counter to just about everything else. Whoa, ETNB at 680 level is not holding. Yeah, kind of a weird one. Yeah, see, William, looking at that in a little more detail for the CEQP. All right, ETNB made another leg down. Well, there's a 200-day, 549. Sorry, 562. Yeah, do you believe it though? VNET, do you really believe it? Non-binding, yeah, at $8 or something. China stock. What was the one a couple of weeks ago? It was around a $19, $20 stock. Another China one saying they had a unsolicited offer at $28. Which one was that one? Is HYMC moving? Yeah, it is moving. Interesting. Initial drill results. Okay. As it was explained to me, Igor, the maximum P&L would be when you were in the stock. Let's say you got out of the stock. In fact, let me, I think I probably have some positions from yesterday. They're probably not looking very good. I'll get rid of them. This was in the simulator, of course. So it would show you what the max you could have made when you were still in the stock. Yeah, let me get rid of these. Just give me a moment. So yeah, so let's just say you get into a stock at HYMC, okay? Let's say you got in here at 90 cents and you sold it right now at $1.07. If you had been able to sell right at the very top here while you still had it at $1.10, that would show you your max P&L. Yeah, well, yeah, if you can get in, if you when you're in the trade and you sell right at the absolute, that's why I like to have the distance from the exit price also. Okay, because that'll tell you, okay, you got out of a trade. Where is it now in relation to where you sold it? So obviously, you go long something, you'd like to see a big negative number because that'll tell you, okay, great. Since I sold it, it has dropped a lot, as opposed to a big positive number, which means since I sold it, it's gone up a lot. I think OTLK, I think it was one of the, oh no, I was thinking OTLY. So OTL, oh, forget it. Sorry, guys. I thought this was on the move up. I'm just, guys, all I'm doing is right now just trying to manage this ETNB trade, okay? Seeing how much further it can go down. Okay, I've got a couple have said they can't hear me. If you, I'm just going to type this out. Well, this SYNH is continuing to move down here with the market, guys. Okay, so that was that little glimmer of hope, maybe, of a green candle or a little bit of a bounce, has been well dashed for a while anyway. Give me a moment here, guys. Something is gone haywire with one of my ah. Ah, really? ETNB 35 at Royal Bank. Okay. Look at Ben here. Again, some of these are just on the verge, if they can take out certain levels, of even more of a big collapse. Ben, BEN, taking out 25. Looks like the next lows are around 23.50, $1.50 away. So if the market continues to do this, wow, I stared at this one for a bit here. This SYNH is just a little bit outside the price range that I'm comfortable with, but boy, this is just moving down. Yeah, the VNet is moving. The VNet is moving. What's the float here? Big float, 131 million. I just distrust, the so-called, yeah, we're being taken over at a certain price. Just give me one moment, please. Yeah, I don't know if it's going, because I'm looking at the bid ask right now, and not that I can chart this, but no, maybe. Well, there it goes. Look at, oh my goodness. Nah, this will not last. At 50-50. Whoa, SPY just took out 400. So again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Hard for me to believe that 35 is going to maintain. What got halted at 10:04? 10:04 plus 15 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:09 plus 15 seconds. I pity the company that in theory is supposed to go public today. A little IPO. What's the date today? The 13th. Let me just do this. So we know LICN, is anything supposed to happen today? The 13th? WLDS. WLDS? Supposed to. I wonder if they'll postpone it. Let me just do a quick look at the IPO calendar and see if that's been postponed. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Just one moment, please. Yeah, it does look like it could open today. Yeah, 3.8 million shares. So it could be wild. Haha. WLDS. And this is yeah, so this is out of Israel. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll know when it starts. Still have that ETNB short. It had a little bit of a pop, but not much. Still have that short. My back pocket. You know, CMRA is still reasonably strong, guys. Again, their news, a bunch of insiders, 122,000 shares. Different insiders bought approximately $2.05. Okay, so that is the news for CMRA. You can pay attention to these large cap gainers. I mean, they are really completely and utterly bucking the trend here, guys. I mean, for a stock to be up at 8% today, large cap especially, when the market is doing this. Yeah, it wasn't quite 35, but wow. Yeah, I mean, this is okay. Next reverse split, guys. Yeah, buy 100 shares before of the day, like the day before, or 500. I mean, it's going to be so cheap. I'm just kind of kidding, but I mean, we've seen now, I think 3 out of the last 4 reverse splits have done something like this within a couple of days. This one did it on the day. Shuffles, boy, I'm so out of touch on all the social media stuff. I am wrong demographic. You know what, PL, this was the other one I was really looking to short. PL has surprised me, but it looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance, guys. This is an earnings play coming into a lot of resistance. This Do I use the worm in trade ideas? No. I think I'm familiar with the term, but I personally do not. Oh, do I use, or I should say not the worm, but worm? Well, guys, Western Digital, WDC, I mean, the 40 level, so critical to this. WDC, the 40 level, can it hold it? Yeah, you're absolutely right. The pre-market, well, after hours high yesterday was 17.19, and that pre-market high was 17.16. Let's see any news on this one. Oh, that's right. That's right. This is the one that's impending inclusion into the S&P Small Cap 600. Okay, that's the reason for that. Yeah, no, I don't use it, Falcon, at all. I am somewhat familiar with it, but no, I don't. I'm more of a momentum trader. So overall, big market trends typically don't affect these sort of stocks. These smaller cap stocks typically they don't get too affected by the trends that you're talking about. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Still have some of the ETNB short guys, and that's it right now for me. That's it. I'm sharing scans. The two scans you want to really pay attention to, Falcon, are these two. Okay, the race scans, the biggest gainers from the open, and the large cap gainers from the open. Those are the two scans that I pay most attention to. If you go to my homepage, answering somebody in our YouTube room. But I may as well put my link in, my homepage link, so you can see the scans that I am sharing. Well, if you click on my homepage link, and go to the scan section. So these are the two race scans that I follow all day long. Okay, I do have some other scans, but these are the two that I follow all day long. The two race scans. Well, they're on my homepage. Yeah, the links are on my homepage. I just put the link in above your in between those two posts. Guys, remember Pixie? NRBO is doing kind of the Pixie move. These guys did a reverse split on the first, and it got all the way up to 50, whatever, $45. And then it popped up again to 38. Okay, guys. Well, this is getting into that potential resistance area, PL. I know it's also an AI alert, but that's 650. Boy, I mean, look, if it gets through that, the next high is 685. So in the face of a brutal market, they released earnings and they're doing pretty well. Surprising to me. I really was looking to short this one. Okay, starting to look at this top 10 list, such as it's going to be today. I just couldn't do it. I just could not do it. And you know, in this, well, it's going to get halted again. It just got halted again in RBO. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me in the ETNB. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a bounce in it, so I'm going to closed out that short. So this is an EV play, guys. I mean, the EVs got hit hard yesterday. I don't know if a lot of them look like this yesterday with the bottoming tails and sort of a bit of a recovery, but the EVs got hit really hard yesterday. Okay, guys, DCPH, interesting one to short. Not a lot of volume yet. Got room to 18. DCPH got room to 18. I'm just looking down, well, approximately 1808. Breaking down through that whole number. Not a lot of volume. That's the only issue, but DCPH. As long as the market keep going down. Just waiting on this, see if this can really move down more. Again, volume is a bit of an issue, but this is coming from Real Scan, okay, guys? That's that. The only thing I use right now for finding shorts is that Real's Momo Trendo down. So this is where we found the DCPH 1896. Yeah, I can give you this one. This is from Real. I'll probably add it to my homepage later, maybe this weekend. And as always, you can take a look at it and you can adjust it to a price range that you like, or any of the other filters. But and just because you get an alert, for me, it's all about taking out a whole number one, and then of course, how much room underneath could it keep going before it hits the next low. So that's why the DCPH for me, even though the volume isn't great, but the spread was okay. And when I looked left and I thought, oh, okay, 1804 is the next low looking left. That's far enough away from me. And as long as the market, of course, the market has to help. Well, I was wrong about the VNet, guys. Definitely wrong. I've been really dismissive of these China companies that say they've got these big takeover targets or takeover prices, unsolicited offers. Certainly the last one completely fizzled. NEOG. Let's take a look at NEOG from Zach. Yeah, I mean, this is well, not quite an all-time low, but let's take a look. What's the next low looking left? 17. Yeah, I don't even know where the next low is. Where is the next low? Well, we're going back to 2018. There's really nothing holding this up. Lots of shares too. Almost 6 million in Interactive Brokers to short. So all right, NEOG, yes, I'm liking it more and more. I want to see how well it holds underneath that 17. Good spread, penny. Really nothing. I got to make sure about that. Nothing's holding this up. Yeah, there. I'm sorry, I read this wrong. So 1672 is a key level. So I'm going to stick an alert down here. I'll put down 1670. So if it takes out 1670, that's really it. Not a lot to hold it up anymore. Well, the craziness, I mean, look at this NRBO reverse split today, 1 for 30, and does this. $47 and leading the races. I did not take 1 cent. Oh man. So Keyshawn, if you're talking about mine, you're talking about my races. My races will show post market for sure. And if you want to see them in the pre market, you just have to adjust the time it starts. Okay, I have this starting at 9:30, but all you have to do, if you have these two races, you want to see them in the pre-market, all you have to do is adjust the time. So if I right click and duplicate, okay, so if you've got this, just click on the square and then right click and then show the race setup. And see, my race is starting at 9:30, but you can set it up. Oh, I see yours. Well, yeah, I mean, as long as you're, oh, look at this. Yeah, of course, pre-market after hours, absolutely. I mean, you just have to make sure, for instance, in a topless window, as an example, right click, time frame, live always, okay, live always. So that'll start, the second you load trade ideas. So if you load it before 9:30 Eastern time, it'll start to give you data. And also after hours. It's just a matter of selecting live always. And then as far as an alert goes, we've got, if you have an alert window, right click configure, and then click on search, type in P-R-E, so pre-market highs, pre-market lows. So you'd want to use that as your trigger. And if you type in post-market highs, post-market lows. Now we do have channels for that too. Okay. But your scanners, you just have to, in the top list, make sure it's live always. And then if you're using an alert window, make sure if you're just looking for a trigger, like a new high or a new low, make sure you're using the pre and the post market highs and lows. So Ajay, no, it's not on my homepage. I just put the link, that short one from Real. I just put it in. There's the cloud link underneath. Yeah, there's just too much old school in me, blue collar, for those reverse splits. To think that they're going to do what this NRBO just did. And of course, that's what I'd be afraid of here. you know. Oh yeah, well, 1 for 30. So let's just see what we have. They're doing this. Yeah, I mean, if you divide 30, I mean, this is not up to date, okay? Remember, float information gets updated typically, say, well, twice a month. And so we'll say the 15th and 30th, okay? So that float information has not been updated. So they've done a 1 for 30. So divide that by 30 and you get about 500,000. So whether it's as you said, 900,000 or 500,000, it's going to be crazy low. And you're absolutely right. But typically, as you guys know, anybody who's been trading for a long time knows that usually a reverse split is, especially the day of, is not necessarily usually the death knell. Used to be always the death knell of a stock. Go back 10, 15 years, companies doing a reverse split. It's the last gasp, trying to maintain a NASDAQ listing or something like that. But we have seen in the last 3 years, though, reverse splits, they can go crazy. Usually, though, not the day of. Usually, if the guys who are running the company are smart, what they'll do is they'll do the reverse split and then they'll pump out any sort of a press release within the next couple of days, just to get the excitement into it. Well, DCPH is kind of putting. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, if I put this on my homepage, you're going to hear sell, 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 sell. I understand. So if you don't want to hear the sound alert, okay. So yeah, in this scan that I'm sharing, this is Real's Momo Trendo down scanned, okay, scan. Yeah, so there is a sound alert on it. So if you don't want it, just right click, properties, actions, and uncheck. Okay, uncheck it. Okay, so again, right click on it, properties, actions, uncheck the play sound. Okay? Well, maybe it's a residual. I mean, it's almost impossible unless you got it loaded another time, like somewhere else. Also, did you ever load it before? I mean, it's literally impossible if you uncheck this, and then say okay, that you're going to hear sounds anymore. But let me duplicate it. And I'll put a different sound alert on here. Okay, so I've got a gong on this one. I'll check it. And there's some alerts that came in. I unchecked it, and no more sound alert here. Yeah, maybe you didn't say okay. You have to save it. Well, save it. You have to again right click, actions. So there it is, play sound. Uncheck it and say okay. I mean, it's almost impossible unless you've got another version that you don't know up and running. Did you ever take that link and do it and copy it from before, like other days? And is it saying sell, sell? Is it saying sell, sell? But it's almost impossible. Pepe, it's almost impossible. Why don't you indulge me? If you click on Windows, oh, just a sound. Okay, so it's not this one. Okay, it's not sell, sell, sell. Well, then that's somewhere you're going to have to take a look at every single alert window you've got. Windows, if like click on Windows and show all of them, and then you're going to have to go through each alert window and see where that sound is coming from. I can't help you there. I thought you were saying when you loaded this one, yeah, this says sell, sell, sell on it, but you're saying some other. Yeah, I can't help you. I mean, you're going to have to find out where that is. Okay. I mean, if you don't want any sound, then you can click on the sound icon between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, and then you can just that's an on and off toggle. Okay, that sound. Okay, if you don't want any sound at all. But that's something in with you, I can't help you there, Facier. But if you want them all off, again, in between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, okay, that's a sound toggle. But I mean, sound alerts are great. Yeah, you have to find out where it is. You have to go through each alert window. Really? So Pepe, if you take this one, you don't hear sell, sell, sell? Really? I did not know that. What do you hear? Hmm, interesting. I did not know that. How come you know that? How come you know that and I don't? All right, DCPH starting to move a little bit for me. Well, I'm kind of kidding. You know, I just assume that if you take my scan and I've got a sound alert in here, whether I'm on the development version or production version, or a normal beta or whatever, that if you load this, you're going to hear that sound alert. Oh, yeah, development. Okay, you're right. But okay, I see what you're saying. It's in the development. Interesting. Never thought about that. So I typically, of course, I take all the sound alerts off when I have in my homepage, so that's not an issue. Come on down, DCPH. All right. A nice little trade here now, guys. With the market. Yikes, look at this market now. Well, I've said this before, guys. Yeah, there are some things that are moving higher that you can, but if you won't short right now, and who knows for how long this is going to last, I don't mean just today. Boy, oh boy. So, first of all, I'm a little late in my introduction. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, in which I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And as always, just start off talking a little bit about my homepage. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Of course, a way in which you take out a subscription right here, Barry for Alpha, 15%, excuse me, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have a premium standard for annual. So premium annual is 2,000 less the 15%. Standard annual is 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over that in a little bit. Nothing really happening. I mean, the PL was good at the beginning, but probably a good short now as it was coming into resistance. Do not take on an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want this product. Okay, you can start off with a monthly. 118, 228 standard, 118 less than 15%. Premium is 228 less than 15% for the first month only. All right, first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you're going to pay going forward. At any time, if you want to take out an annual though, we will honor the 15%. So my advice again, you better make sure you want the program because I mean, if you take out an annual, you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund. You do take out a subscription, absolutely do this first. The getting started with trade ideas, the download and installation. It's about 30 minutes long. There are 10 videos. The first startup and login. You must do that before you start. I do a stock of the day video. I think this is working now in terms of the emails being captured and then sent out. And that's free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I'm pretty sure that Netflix is not, yeah, just like every other stock out there. So that was the trade of the week, but like every other stock out there, just getting destroyed. Education right here. So take a look at this user guide. There's that getting started. At the very least, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and know about stock racing. Okay, lots of information in the stock racing section. A couple of videos, 2 or 3 videos, lots of text explanation about what stock racing is all about. There's that getting started series again. Daily support. Today's Tuesday, so I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. So if you have a lot of brokerage plus type questions or back testing and things like that, Michael is your man, okay? So he'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I'll put that YouTube link in the main room. And then as always, between Monday to Friday, between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Varley is in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30. So Chris, you can listen to Chris for another hour in our YouTube room. Daily webinars. I guess we have one tomorrow. No, we don't. No, we don't. I guess we have. Maybe we do. I can't remember. I can't remember what the schedule is. Anyway, you can sign up for them all here. Okay. Back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay. If you're new to trading, really encourage you to take a look at this. It's all free. Starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts, candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. All free. And again, if you want my scans, this is the scan section. I concentrate on these two, the biggest gainers from the open and the small cap and the large caps. But I do have some other scans that you can take a look at here. So save my link. Save my link. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. So there is the webinar tomorrow. Okay. It's one I help out on. So save my link. Then you can take a look at the education and my scans anytime you want. I may have got a little greedy on the DCPH, but we'll see. See what's happening here. The market is still drifting down a bit. So well, here's another one, guys. Retailer course, ANF has some room. The next low looking left is around 15.18. So it does have some room, ANF. Boy, this selling is now getting to be somewhat relentless. Not somewhat, it is relentless. You see, I got distracted, but the PL to me looked like a great looking short opportunity as it was getting closer to that 650. And that's exactly what happened. Got up to 644 and all this right there, that 650 area. Unfortunately, I was a little distracted and did not take that short. Yeah, Lee is. How's Nio doing? Or is this just doing it on its own? Oh, Nio's doing pretty well too. And how about XPath? Yeah, they're all three of them are flying. LI definitely flying the most, but they're all kind of flying. You kidding me? Look at that bottoming tail. So it's halted again, NRBO. All right, guys, I just want to go a little bit about this Brokers Plus window, okay? Because I think it's really important that if you're starting out trading, or even if you're not starting out, but you want to test maybe a strategy and see how well it might work, you can practice in the simulator, especially if you're new to trading. Practice in our simulator before you commit money to the market. I put a link called Brokerage Plus. If you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that if you happen to have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade your account, okay? If you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account. But if you don't have an E-Trade account or IB account, doesn't matter. You know, we're a scanner, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. It's just a feature that if you do have one of those two accounts, how you can use it. Now, only available if you're using our web-based version right now. Races nor Brokers Plus is available. I know they're really trying to get the races in the web-based version. Brokers Plus, I have no idea, you know, when or if that's possible. Second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it, and how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. The simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you're set to go. Because they're going to use our real-time data. You just click on an alert. Not connected. Okay, first of all, yeah, for you to load Brokerage Plus, just click on New from our toolbar, then click on Brokerage Plus. That'll be your window. And then it'll say Not Connected. Then click on SIM underneath Brokerage Plus. And then that Not Connected will change to Account. It will. There, when it changes to Account, click on it, and then click on Simulated Trading Default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You've got your bid ask here, and you're set to go. Now we've also created the buy button. All right. So if your buy button is grayed out, in other words, you can't click on it, you have to be on a later version of Trade Ideas. So I would go to our homepage and make sure you're on at least the latest production, but I would download the latest beta. Okay. And then that buy button has been assigned a way in which you can click on it and automatically buy. What it does is it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the price you want, and it'll put a stop at the low of the day. So let's just do that. Now you can do things like, say I want to take this trade, but I want to take it if it takes out the high right there. So I just click the buy button. I'm talking about FRTX. You'll see a crosshairs. Just drop it where you want it. Once you position it, then left click, and then you'll see a blue line will appear. So it'll take the trade and it'll put the stop down here at the low of the day. Now you don't, of course, what you probably would do is just raise the stop to some, better level. But this is why you got to practice, okay? Practice, practice, practice trading. Well, I guess I got to do my video on NRBO. It's insane what's happened with it, but well, it did a 1 for 30 reverse split. So you have to divide whatever you see in the float, divide that by 30. And Blue Collar said there's about 900,000 in the float. So it did a 1 for 30 reverse split. today, and traders decided to pile into it. So let's talk about the races, guys, and why I think if you're new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but you want to concentrate on one scan, this is the way to go. But especially if you're new to trading. So a race always starts off from a top list window. Okay, so here's the top list window that it's based on. So Keyshawn, I mean, you can have you taken a look at the Brokerage Plus, the second video? It goes into a lot of detail about how you can adjust. You can take shares based on a stop loss, based on a fixed number of shares per trade, or based on a fixed dollar amount per share per trade. So again, you always start off with a top list. Now, this is the top list that this race is running on. Okay, all it's looking for are stocks between 1 and 50, $200,000 or 200,000 shares minimum, and have to be up 2% from yesterday's close. So before we had races, we've had top lists for a long time, of course. So what you could use a top list was if you wanted to see the stocks up the most today. So if you had that as a column header, and I see the change from the close percent, if I double left click rapidly, I can see that AKRO is up the most, 120%. Now, if you're there'd be a reason why NRBO is not in here. Well, right now it's not in here because it's over $50. Okay, I have 1 in 50. That's the reason why it's not in here right now. So that's how a top list would work. If I wanted to do the sort on the change from the open, CMRA is up 24% from its open, that opening price. All well and good, but how do I use this to trade? I mean, if I stare, it'd be crazy if you had to stare at these numbers to see what is moving right now, and that's where the races come in. So I'm gonna have to elongate this just a little bit. There we go. So I run 4-minute races. Now, somebody asked yesterday, why 4 minutes? I chose 4 minutes. You want to run a 2-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, that's up to you. I just chose 4 minutes. I'm comfortable with a 4-minute race. So what that means is, you can see right now, that 4-minute race, I'm a minute into it. There's 3 minutes left. So what does that really mean though? If a stock starts to move up, give me a moment here as I'm watching the Dcph as it moves down again. Yes. So what happens here is when you see this 1.28% or now 1.34% for ALLR, when the race started, this has moved up 1.34%. I mean, not a huge number, but that's what that number refers to. And so the one that is leading the race at the time will always move up to the top. Now this one is at 3.34% FWBI. Click on it, see what's happening. Okay, just click on it and see what's happening. Okay, if it looks good to you, you want to trade it, go ahead. Maybe you want to wait for a pullback. That's of course is up to you. So what this does though is it gets you to focus on one scan and one scan only. Okay, assuming that you have a list of stocks, the types of stocks that you like to see all day long, it's going to show you the ones that are moving. And the absolute beauty of it though is that it creates automatically a watch list for you, a top 10 watch list for you automatically. What it'll do is in the number one position, NRBO, you see a 10 beside it. That means that it won 10 races today. So that's why it's in the number one position. FRTX has won 3 races today, etc. So what my recommendation is that at various times, especially in the afternoon, sometimes these ones that are really flying, they take a long rest and then they start getting going again. Click on like APRE right now. You look at it, not doing anything, little bit of a pullback, but you might say, I'm just using this as an example. What if it takes out the high of 104? Maybe that gets it rolling again. So you can put a price alert if you want, or you can click the buy button and put a conditional buy order at 104. See if it takes it out later. Pixie, what is it doing now? It's a big pullback now that may be not that attractive, but you see it's a watch list that now automatically created for you so you can focus on a very finite number of stocks all day long instead of jumping around from clicking like mad on different symbols all day long and really getting nothing done. So I mean, if you're new to trading, this gets you to focus. As always, Pepe is right. You can click on Tools, Options, and then Brokerage Plus, and you can do it here. Your orders, But I really think though you should watch that video if you haven't seen the video, because that goes into all the details about how you can set up things. You take a strategy, and here are your order details. Your position sizing, fixed dollars, fixed shares, or based on a stop loss. I cannot believe this. I mean, this is even crazier than the Pixie. And the thing is, this will be stuck at 10 now because I think my top list, my range was $1 to $50. So this is actually going to keep winning races more than likely, but I won't see it anymore. Okay, so you saw what I did with the wow, look at the FRTX. You saw what I did? I put that conditional buy order for FRTX. It took the order at what 259. Now, if I want to get out of this trade, because look, things are going to be really scary, I think. So if I want to get out of this trade, I just flatten it. Okay. Now, had I been paying real attention, I would have got out up a little higher in price, but and so these are hotkeys. So when if I had a list of symbols that I was in the simulator, I just would highlight the one I want to get out of. So I can flatten it, or I can get out of half my position, or I can double my position. Or of course I could go down here into the order entry box or the share box and select exactly how many shares. Not sure I know how to help you there, Keyshawn. I know Michael will be in the YouTube room in about less than an hour. He's got a lot more experience using this than I do. You know, for instance, if I sign something, if I sign a strategy to the buy button, I mean, it'll do exactly what I would want it to do. It will always have either the same number dollars per trade, or number of shares per trade, or a stop loss, based on a stop loss, and it'll automatically adjust. So I'm not sure what can be going on. When you say in your order entry, are you talking about in here in the Brokerage Plus? And again, are you talking about auto trading? If you're talking auto trading, then you're way out of my. I don't auto trade at all, and I don't recommend it. But oh yeah, 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 yes. When I if you're doing this manually, absolutely, yes, you have to put in the number of shares and all that. When you're doing it manually, but that is, I mean that really though that's what you want because you don't know how many shares you're going to take every trade. At least you shouldn't because how I trade anyway is I do not take the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I'm taking is based on the difference between my entry and my stop loss. And then I divide that into how much I'm risking per trade. And so that'll tell me how many shares to take. But yeah, you're doing this manually. Yes, you have to. It's not going to automatically fill in the number of shares. I also think, didn't I see that you were taking like 50 or 60 trades a day? Only in the buy button. And if you set a strategy and you get an alert and you click on it, but not manually, no, there's no way. At least I don't think there's a way. Unless, so you're talking about, okay, but again, I don't think you should do it that way, Keyshawn. I think you should be varying the number of shares you take per trade. Now, you do have the dollar amount, yes. So that is sort of a little bit like the buy button, I suppose. Michael and Noss will know this for sure. Yeah, so you could use the buy button then. That and I mean, okay, you can take a strategy and assign. I mean, right now what we're trying to do is make it super simple, okay, for people. So we automatically assign. I hate to call it a strategy, but a setup to the buy button. But of course, you can take your strategy, okay, even this one, 5,000 at the market. You can edit it, okay, and you can edit it and change that amount, to whatever you want, 1,000, whatever it is, okay. But that'll be way more automated, and then you can also You can put in a different stop. You want to put it. I mean, that's. I mean, if right now the way the buy button works, it's automatically set up that it'll buy $5,000 worth at the price that you want, but it'll put the stop at the low of the day. Not necessarily what you want to do, but you can always move the stop up once it's set. That makes sense. That seems to be the easiest thing for you to do is to assign then something to the buy button. Uh, Either take the one that we've got that's automatically on, take it, edit the strategy, go to the order details, and then change that dollar amount to whatever you want. And then you can also change, put in a different type of a stop. That's going to be up to you. And then once you do that, then the buy button when you click on it will do exactly what you want it to do. Aha, ETNB. I'm not in it anymore. I'm out of it, but looks like it's making another little leg down. So look at FWBI, guys. So there are some things that are moving, even though these are, definitely an alpha stock here, FWBI, alpha stock, meaning it doesn't care what the market's doing. And obviously the other one. Am I going to go long anything today? I don't know. I haven't gone long anything today. I've taken two shorts and that's it. I'm going to go long anything. It's probably going to be here from the biggest gainers from the open. These are small guys who typically, yeah, they don't always care about what the rest of the market's doing. But right now, for me, it's a lot easier to go short things. I'm just waiting on the DCPH to see if I can have another little bit of a move down. Volume is, yeah, it's starting to pick up a bit. Mm-hmm. When did they do their reverse split IFBD? Somebody said they did a reverse split. Not today, though. No, man, this selling is just picking up now. Was this shortable? No, not shortable for me. That was so. See, that's a good exit so far. You can see that's why I like to have that distance from the exit price. No, so it's 19 as we speak, 19 cents underneath where I exited. So it really hasn't done a big deal. Maybe it has to be a bigger reverse split, like the one for 30, and I think Pixie did another a bigger one. Shift Pixie, because it really didn't do much. You did you? To be very careful on a pronunciation. Guys, I'm going to take about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Let me just get that announcement in. Time is it now? 11:17. So back. I should be, oops, should be earlier, but just in case. All right, guys, I'm back, and yippee. DCPH is paying some bills now, guys, for me anyway. Getting closer to the 200-day moving average. So look at Mara, guys. Another one showing up. Now the only difference is that Mara had a bit of a pop. Um, Whereas you look at the DCPH, I don't think it had any pop at all. Yeah, it was just weak, 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 weak. Okay, so when I'm looking at these ones from Real Scan, that's the first thing I'm looking at. Was it weak all the time, or did it have any sort of a pop? So when I look at Mara, I mean Mara could continue down. I mean, but it's it's tied into Bitcoin. I just don't like that. Love the scan reel on the short side. Long Meta. Okay, JK. Let's take a look at going long Facebook. All right. Okay, so NRBO, now that it's under 50, and if it starts to win a race later on, it'll show up again. But I wonder, is this it? Just when you start writing these things off. How do I like AMPE? Yeah, so happy. I'm just not into these ones that are so low in price. So yeah, I'm the wrong person to try to answer a question like that. I mean, it's just a beaten up stock. I don't see any this 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 for me would have no reason to get into it because I'm not a guy who's going to okay. I mean, I know there are some out there that look at this 15 cent, it could get there from 9 cents, so they buy, you know, I don't know, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 shares of this. Sure. But that's just not my style. Well, I like it has to be over a dollar, number one. Usually up to about $30. That's my, but that's my price range. Yeah, no, not doing it, JK. What's having a little pop here, guys, is PXMD. So that happy is exactly though, and if you listen to Michael Noss, he'll be there in about half an hour in the room you're in, the YouTube room. He'll talk constantly about a trading plan. And one of the aspects of a trading plan is deciding on a price range that you like. The fact that I like a certain price range doesn't mean that, that has to be the one you like. And I'm just talking in general, but that's part of a trading plan. Part of my trading plan is I don't touch anything under a dollar. And does that mean that, something goes from 50 cents to 80 cents isn't a good trade? No, it just means, psychologically for me, I just don't like things under a dollar. And that's just the way it is. But that's why, you've got a person has to practice trading, get comfortable with a price range. I mean, there was a time where I wouldn't trade anything under $20, starting out a long, long time ago. And Real can say the same thing. I think Real was a person who wouldn't trade. I can't remember what his cutoff was. It might have been $20. All right, guys, I've covered finally some of the DCPH. And I'll be taking my break in about half an hour. $500. That's funny. Now you remember those days. I don't know how that's a few years ago, but you would not trade anything under, was it 20? Seriously, was it 20 or was it 10? All right, guys, so this is what I'm doing. I'm just looking at some of the ones that won races previously, seeing what they're doing. They're just kind of resting. Look at the AKRO as an example. You know, this could go either way, of course. This is kind of consolidating around this area, but you can kind of see that if it took out, say, the 28 level, it might get rolling again. Or if it took out the 26 level, it could go rolling again on the downside. So, you can do a couple of things. You can just set a price alert underneath and set a price alert just on top and see if it breaks out one way or the other. The reason why you've got to be so careful of these ones. Look at this, 700,000 in the float. What did it get up to? 365, and then a drop down to 325. These are big percentage moves. Yeah, so that may vary from day to day, Happy. I mean, there are all sorts of, you go to the internet, you'll hear people say you should, each trade should be no more than 2% of your account, things like that. If you want to follow, what I do is, again, it has to be a trading plan that makes sense to you. But I think there are a lot of people out there will say, 1.5 or 2% of your account should, no more than any specific trade. Well, not direct. Well, it depends what you mean by directly face share. I mean, when you click on an alert, when you click on something that's moving in the race, okay, it's going to load into a chart. And then from there, you determine, well, where do I want my price alert? Because you can't possibly know where you want the price alert just by seeing where it is in the race. Makes sense? So you click on the alert, you load in the chart, and now you make up your mind, I think I wouldn't mind a price alert right up here or right down here. All right, guys, I am just going to confirm it's going to be Michael Noss in our. Whoa, okay, guys, let's take a look. Wilds just started to trade. What did it do? Now, between 5 and 7, okay? So right now, no huge enthusiasm for this. And it just got halted, though. It did just get halted. Let me see if they adjusted that. Yeah, okay. So they adjusted it to 425. So this is okay, so this is over. Initially, when I was writing this down, it said between 5 and 7, so they've adjusted it downward. So have to see what happens once it comes out of its halt. Well, it may not be a bounce, but at least the market looks like it's trying to settle just a little bit here. Well, this wilds could get interesting. It's not wilds, I know it's wearable devices. It's easier to say wilds, WLDS. So here is the potential. So far, no big pop off that halt price of 517. That's indicated, not yet anyway. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen right here. People ask all the time about, level two for interactive for trade idea. First of all, we'll probably never ever have that, but your broker has it. I mean, I don't. And why wouldn't you just get it from your broker? This is time and sales. All right, so this is going to be if this is going to be a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 11:40 plus 30 seconds. All right, guys, I'm just going to wait on this one. See, now it's getting a little more exciting. 543, 517 on the halt, potential open in this area. So if this is going to be a 5-minute haul, again, this is one of the scans. I mean, you can call it a scan, I guess, but one of the things I'm sharing, the halts resumes. So there it is, 11:35 plus 30 seconds. Typically they are 5-minute halts. I see it does have warrants. I wonder if the warrants are going crazy right now. So it should open in 20 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. And that bid ask is starting to move a little higher. Potential open 554. All right, 2, 3, 1, 0. And it didn't open. All right, so this is probably going to be at least a 5-minute, a 10-minute halt then. Typically they're multiples of 5. So it could open at 11:45 plus 30 seconds. Yeah, Twitter did have. I mean, it's all the stuff happening today. Of course, the board is saying, "Yep, we agree to the takeover." All right, this is a confirmation. Yes, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. So if you've got a lot more questions about using brokerage plus and strategies, etc., your trading plan that he's going to nag at you about, Michael Noss is your man. Okay, so he'll be in the YouTube room in about 15 minutes. Yeah, PXMD is just ripping here now. PXMD just ripping. I know, I know. Real mentioned Twitter. Yes, I know. Twitter is on the move. Oh, and you're alerting me now. Yeah. No, I know. I see that Twitter is moving. So this is, I mean, guys, I mean, these large cap gainers from the open. I mean, this is definitely counter trend because look what the market's doing. The market, was momentarily at peace. Now it looks like it's another move down. So these guys, I mean, there's going to be very, very few. Okay, there is your Zach. There is your NEOG, NEOG. So it is now below that 1672. I can't. Yeah, I'm going to be taking my. Well, let's see what happens here. If it moves down a lot, I might take it, or not a lot, but it stays here. But I'll be on my break, so So guys, I'm out of everything right now. I just had the 2 shorts today. 3 shorts, Acro, ETNB, and then the Dcph. Michael Noss. Michael Ross. Any news on that PXMD? Other than the fact that it's a crazy low float? Okay, wild's open, guys. Now, it looks like it's going to get halted again. It just got halted again on the way down. Okay, so that's, as we say, that is no bueno. Okay, so the only way I'll take this one later on, maybe, if it takes out that high. So I'm going to stick an alert, 589, and see if it takes it out later on. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So yeah, I can see that was a good exit on the FRTX. 43 cents underneath where I exited. Oh, Mohammed, I'm the wrong person to ask about long-term perspectives about Facebook or anything like that. Wrong person. I'm not trying to be flip, but I mean, I have no perspective. I mean, if I look at Meta right now, I mean, it's an important level for to try to hold. But it all depends on what the market's going to do. What do you think the market is going to do? Because Meta, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, et cetera, they're all, if the market is going to continue to sell, I don't just mean today, if it's going to continue to sell off for a while, these things are probably going to fall. But again, I'm the wrong person to ask. My overall feeling about Meta, though, is that people are fed up. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a Facebook user, so again, I'm the wrong demographic for stuff like that. Okay, here's the acro. So the acro just moved down here, down a little bit here. So this might be further selling pressure now, guys, for the acro, AKRO. Let's take a look at a monthly chart, as Real is saying for Meta. I mean, look. I mean, this is ugly, 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 ugly. But again, what is I mean, nobody 100% knows, but what is the overall market going to do? From today with that big downturn on the CPI numbers, what is it going to do? Now, every time we write this market off, it can turn around and surprise us. So it was written off here, and then look what we did. Look what happened. We had a nice 4-day pop. All right, guys, I will put the YouTube link in now. Michael probably will be in our YouTube room in about well, right around noon. I think he's got something going on right until noon Eastern time, of course. But here is the YouTube link. So again, if you have a lot more detailed questions about the use of brokerage plus, etc., he's your man. That was one of the ones. Oh no, I was thinking another one. Posh. What is Posh doing right now? Yeah, another one that I don't. These are coming from Real Scan. I don't like the fact that it popped up and now it's moving down. Look at Navi. So Navi, NAVI. The next low looking left is it's kind of close, 1327. So it's not got a lot of room until it hits that next low. So then I take a pass. Okay, is this an uplisting? Is KITT an uplisting? Approve the business combination. Because this got halted, but this was trading in the pre-market. Trying to figure out what the heck this KITT is. Yeah, Wiles is no good. No bueno, no good, no good, no good. Not no enthusiasm for it really. What is this KITT all about, guys? I trying to figure this out. Cleantech and Nautilus or Nauticus Robotics complete the business transaction. So it starts trading as KIT, okay, today. And it started trading in the pre-market. Well, could this go crazy? Well, if it does, it'll be doing it without me because I'll be on my break. Looking here, 539 on the halt, 585, 585, potential open. And again, if it's a 5-minute halt, you'll be opening at, yeah, just after noon. Well, 12 plus 57 seconds, so almost about 12:01 if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in here, just waiting for Michael to show up. Yeah, this is ugly now. This is really ugly, this Wilds. Now, you know what? Tomorrow, who knows? Tomorrow it may have a bit of a day. So we'll certainly keep an eye on it tomorrow. But right now, on its debut, not good. Now, a lot of it could be the market, but then Why did NRBO go crazy, even though this market is so? We can't blame it on the market, really. I mean, yeah, looking at Meta, I mean, it really, I mean, 389 and to 155. I mean, it really hasn't recovered, ever since that, I guess that earnings release here that month, paused a bit, but another massive sell off. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, I can't imagine buying this thing right now, but that's my opinion. Okay, Michael's just a little bit late, I guess. There he is. I just heard that little ping, Michael. But he can't hear me yet. So guys, Michael is in our YouTube room, okay? So you can head over there now.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Having
Yeah,
fun?
sorry to show up just right on time there, but we had a
No,
couple
that's
of
okay.
spaces going on, so
That's okay, Michael.
finishing up there.
Okay, I will take off right now. I do have a couple of things I have to do, so I will take off right now if you don't mind.
All right, have a beer for me.
I will too. Bye.
Later. All right, guys, just resizing everything, making sure everything's working out. It's kind of, did I mess up my virtual machine there? No, there it is. Snaps right in place. Awesome. So, okay, everyone, thank you for coming out. If you're new here, what we do is we take an hour each and every day and give Barry some much needed time off and just hang out and chat about the market. So I'll be here for the next hour, answer any questions you guys have, anything you want to chat about when it comes to trade ideas or trading or anything like that. Quick introduction of myself. My name is Michael Noss. I'm a chartered market technician and a kind of quantitative trader, which just means I like to look at the statistical side of the market along with the charting side of the market and use those two things kind of combined together to make my trading decisions. Wild day for sure. Had some good day trades out of it. Swing trading, for what I do for swing trading, there's nothing better. I love days like this. I know a lot of people don't, but the way I look at it is as a relative strength trader, and by that I just mean that I look for the strongest stuff that's out there in the market. It's way easier on down days to determine because all I need to do is look for stuff that's not selling off, right? So that's going to be the stuff that I'm looking at. So I'm here on TI strength, and I'm looking at the names that are coming in through here a lot. Anything that's holding up in this market is great. Can you provide some trade ideas for swing trades? Well, just like day trades, right? Swing trades should be based off your written and tested trading plan. Some of the scans that I use for swing trading from the Market Explorer here, one again is TI Strength. That's a back tested algorithm. So again, my swing trading philosophy is just to look for the strongest stuff out there. Another one that I like is this 10 SMA play. This is one that Steve had me build. Essentially, just looks for stocks that are pulling back, but I found support at their 10 SMA or 10 simple moving average. Again, I'm not a big moving average guy, but the setups that it produces, I like a lot. So, like end phase here is looking phenomenal for me, right? One thing you can do with our new, you guys will have access to this very soon. You may have something like this now, but we're working and creating some advantages to it. But you can actually, so I'm going to duplicate this first. You can do comparison charts. So this will be a much simpler way for me to demonstrate what I'm talking about when I'm talking about relative strength. So, for example, we'll make this the SPY. Let's thicken up the line a bit, and then we'll do a percentage compare, and we'll go okay. Perfect. So, basically, now what you're seeing. Let me actually just make this a little bit even beefier for you guys. There's some really good takeaways here. There we go. So that one's in the middle. So we'll move this one to the middle. Perfect. So what's happening now is it's comparing the percent gain or loss in these two instruments. So it starts from, about 300 candles ago, uh, so a year, give or take. So you can see the performance of one instrument to another. Now, it obviously changes as you scroll, which is super cool. But if we just say, for example, we look at about here, which is about year to date, give or take, you can see how much better end phase is doing as an instrument as opposed to the SPY, right? Um, so from this year, or sorry, this is 2020. Sorry. So from, beginning of 2020, you can see the SPY is up a little bit, and then it's been down a little bit, and how especially recently end phase is pushed up. So let's see, we can even zoom in a little further. So that would be 2021 to date, right? SPY is down 12%, end phase is up 30% here. So, as you start clicking through and you start looking through these, ATHR, for example, right, is up on the year, but really don't focus too much on the numbers. Focus on what the charts have been doing. So if you look at, so say, for example, you take this middle bit, I always forget to open up my Epic Pen before I get started here. It takes a second to open. And then it wants to advertise to me. Ignore, get out of here. But yeah, so if you take a look over the last, little bit, you talk about just kind of from this area on, you can see the SPY has just been meandering about, whereas this ATHR has had a massive move up and now is just kind of pulling back a bit. So this is a great way. You can also just put the chart above and below, but yeah, so like ATI, for example, a simple iron manufacturer. Do you want to own this chart or do you want to own this chart? So that's kind of the idea here with these relative strength plays, is if you go through each of these, it's going to be kind of the same story, right? Something that's holding up well versus the market that's kind of doing awful. And the idea is simply, stay in the strongest names. Right? You want to be in something like this as opposed to something like this, right? And that would have happened even as early as back here, as this thing breaks to a new high, as the SPY is starting to roll over and push down. Well, this is kind of relatively hot or relatively stronger than the overall SPY. So just a great way to go through and say, okay, just keep me in the strongest particular names. And you can change both these charts. You can add a whole bunch to them. The addition that's coming soon is the percentage basis, and then also um, the thickening of the lines. The current ones are pretty thin lines, but so for example, if I want to make this one the SPY, and then I want it to add in some other things, right? I could, for example, make this can could look at ARC. I could look at Berkby, gold and oil, and I could kind of track these as well, right? So here's all the different ones. So, right, what would you want to invest in here, right? It seems like oil is holding up better than all the rest of these. ARC down 50%. But then you could also look and say, well, look, tan over this last bit is holding up pretty well as the SPY has been selling off. So a lot of these kind of comparison things you can do to make sure you're in the best name. If you have the latest beta, you can compare them. They'll look a little bit different from this. We're just testing this beta now and should get pushed out soon. But yeah, you can do it currently if you're on the latest beta, but there's kind of some changes as well. So it's just a chart that I always kind of leave up now and I really like. You can also, last but not least, you can also anchor. So for example, if I just wanted to anchor to kind of this high point on the SPY, I can click that and then everything starts at that date and then changes from there. So I can see from this high in March, what's doing the best and the worst, right? ARC still sucks, gold sucks, and then tan's doing really, really well. So, you might want to say, okay, maybe you want to anchor from the prior low right here and say, okay, what's doing the best from this low? Well, tan looks good. ARC is actually kind of keeping up with the market. You can go into a shorter term chart and then maybe even anchor from maybe the most recent high or something. Now, this is too many for me. I usually just do one or two, but we want to build in the functionality to do more if that's something that interests you. So you find that under select chart style and then comparisons, and then you can turn on or off whatever you'd like there. So what I do a lot is I leave the SPY like this, and I put this on a daily chart, and then I just kind of put it under the candlestick chart that I'm scanning because I like candlestick charts. So, right, if we go to end phase, right here, I see the SPY or I see end phase, and I can do all my analysis on end phase on the top panel. And then on the bottom channel, I can look at end phase versus the S&P 500 and go, okay, yeah, well, right, it's pretty simple to see that you'd be better off holding something like this as opposed to something like that. And it is the most studied that I have found within finance. So there we start that 2022. The most studied topic in finance being relative strength and its persistence in the market. It's got a question: is there a TI Strength ETF version? No, because I tested that and it didn't work very well. Now, there will be ETFs showing up in TI Strength. So is IBN one? No, that's a bank. But yeah, if they make the list, then they'll definitely be there. And what you'll notice often is when the market looks really bad, you'll notice a lot of inverse ETFs show up here. But it's a great way. Basically, if I see a lot of ETFs in this, then I get kind of worried about the overall market because, if a lot of ETFs made it, it means the market is okay. So yeah, so if you're on the latest beta, and again, yours will look a little bit different from mine, but these updates are going to get pushed through soon. We're just, we want to test to make sure they work. But you right click on your chart and you click select chart style. And then there's a comparisons tab right here. And if you don't have that, then you're probably not on the latest beta. And then from that comparison tab, you can you won't see this bit yet. So this is the bit that's at it, and I'm testing now. But you'll be able to run these comparisons on a price basis. I just like doing it on a percentage basis because it kind of normalizes everything. And again, just a very easy way to say this is one of the things that you can see that we're doing a lot here at Trade Ideas with like the races and these different things. We're really trying to explore and play with different kinds of data visualizations, right? To make sure there's a way that you can kind of go through and make sure that you're looking at stuff a little better, right? To make sure that there's a way that um, you're playing with the best stuff, because we have all the data. We have most of the data. The question is just eh, in what way is the best way to show that data in a way that's the easiest way for people to understand. That's kind of what we're working through now. It doesn't matter if we've got the greatest stuff in the world if people that are kind of new to trading and everything don't really get it, then it doesn't work very well. So is there a way to update trades without going to the homepage? No, you just gotta go to the homepage and download it. Doesn't you can go in and have it alert you when a new beta comes up if you go into tools and options, upgrade, right? So this will show you if you're in the latest release or not. Right, the software's ahead of the recommended version. So but if you click update now, it'll just take you to the website and away you go. Real quick, real simple. Eventually a project is in there for auto updating and stuff like that, but right, of all the cool things we want to do, um, you know it's one of them. It's just not the one. So really, other than that, I'm not doing too much today. Again, I love days like today because all I need to do is simply take a look at whatever I own that's holding on well. So, like, I have some end phase that's holding on well, so I'm definitely not going to sell that. I have some CCJ that's holding on well. I'm not going to sell that. I've got some WM that's holding on okay. I've got some Pinduoduo, which I picked up 2 days ago. That's holding on fine. What else? What else are we looking at? Sorry, I just want to anchor that to beginning of the year because that's what I care about. Year to date, relative strength is what I look at the most. What else do I own here? Oh, TAL. How's that doing? I picked up some TAL yesterday. So that's about flat. Same kind of thing. Just, market's down 16% this year. TAL is up 52%. So really which would I rather? Right, so the beginning of the year back here, TAL was up around $4. Now it's around 6. So look at it like that. I'm a very simple man when it comes to my trading. I have 2 or 3 setups that I really look at, which are kind of textbooks. So, how do I scan for relative strength? So I talked about this before, but I just use the TI strength scan, which is in the Market Explorer. So just go new and then Market Explorer and TI strength, and then you'll have a giant name. There's 5,000 rows in this right now. So you can scan to your heart's content. I just kind of scan through each day what's there. And everything you'll see here as I go through it will all have this simple thing of, right, the market is down on the year. This will most certainly be up on the year, or at least up. If it's down, it will be down less than the overall market. Right, so I can just go through them all. And again, this is an algorithm that I built that just, again, just looks for and ranks what is the strongest names out there. So I can kind of always be involved in those. Like one thing I'm watching here today is this CTVA. And I like that it's kind of right in this kind of 63 area, right in through here. You can see it's never been able to close up here. It's got up here last or what's that, May, and then it sold off. And then it got up here in late August, and then it sold off. So if it can close up here, I'll probably pick up some of this. I'll be wrong if it breaks, back down into 60 area. But, if you want to look at that, right, this nice kind of slow grind up on this versus this nice slow grind down on the market, I'd rather be in this name, that name. Thing I like about that too is it's agricultural. So if we look at things like wheat, right, how much better this has been doing than the overall market, and it looks like it could be kind of moving up. So yeah, it's a simple life. Now this is my swing trading. Day trading, I'll play with some of the crazier stuff out there, but just to talk about how some of this has been working, like EDU. EDU showed up on the scanner, I want to say somewhere in here. And again, you can see, you can't even see because this thing is up so much. Now, I think there's like a reverse split or something that might be messing with the data, but you can't even see the SPY. It just looks like a flat line because it's doing so much better than that. But even if we anchor it, we can remove that data just by clicking this little anchor button, and we'll anchor it to after that occurred. Right, you can see still down 10%, and this is like doubled. So put that back roughly the beginning of the year. Yeah, so I've been in this one from the mid-teens, I know. Selling a little bit as it goes up, and then buying a little bit more as it pulls back, that kind of things, right? I think a seal, again, I'm definitely not interested in any day trades this time of day. I don't really day trade too much in the afternoon. Well, I don't trade at all in the afternoon, I'll say. I do all of my day trading in the first hour, and I do all of my swing trading in the last hour. And then in the middle of the day is when I do, projects for trade ideas and things like that. So from a swing trading point of view, which is the only kind of point of view I want to look at now, well, it's relatively strong to the market, but it's up 50% in 4 days. I don't really want to buy something after it's gone up 50% in 4 days. I want to be hopefully selling it by then. So nothing really interesting that I see right here. Now, again, and then if you look at the relative strength up until a little bit ago, not very long at all, this thing was dramatically underperforming the market. Now it's been climbing up, and over the last little bit, it certainly has overperformed the market. But again, I'm not interested in buying something that's up 50% in 4 days. There's not enough in there for me. One thing that I saw when I was doing that spaces with Steve that I was talking about is this guy right here. So the stem, nice big kind of rounded bottom. You could say this is a cup and handle right here. Over the last couple months, some good relative strength to the overall markets. With this basing sideways like this, if we kind of break through, I'm interested in this name. But it's got to get through. It's got to get through 17 and hold. But just a very, very classic William O'Neill kind of cup and handle style style setup right here. So I like the look of that. And again, I like the relative strength here on the versus the overall market. And very simple, which trading should be very simple, right? That's, I don't want to be it. I'm not disparaging myself saying I'm very simple when I trade. It should very much be that way. It should be your trading should be kind of very rules based, very, you shouldn't have to think too much, right? If this, then that, right? And that should be kind of all you're thinking about. To the auto trading, the races question, not currently, but I actually have suggested the same thing. And the way that I've suggested it is that what it would do is it would feed race winners into a symbol list somewhere. And then you could apply that symbol list to an alert window. And that's kind of the way we're thinking about auto trading the races. So what it would do is it would take these race winners and it would build a symbol list based off of these. And then from there you could say, okay, well, if these stocks make a new high or whatever you want to build into your alert window, you could do that, as this is the way to kind of feed that that individual list. So I kind of agree that there's definitely something there to be had. Again, so the thing that I like, and a lot of anyone who's been following for any length of time and coming to these or following me personally, I have a Twitter and a YouTube and all that. I was not initially big on the races. I didn't really get them, right? It just didn't make sense to me, kind of the way they were presented. Now, what converted me, and it's one of those things that I'm just so stupidly honest that even if it's something that we create, if I'm not going to use it, I'm not really going to talk about it because uh, it's the way it's the beauty of trade ideas. I always find is that there is many different ways to use the system. There's many different ways to trade, right? So, there's some people who want to fade gaps, and there's some people who want to, and they all come up with their own trading plan. And our goal is to help you find whatever's on your trading plan. And I always say, if you don't have a trading plan, then at some point you're going to lose a bunch of money, and it's kind of deserved, right? So, um, what kind of convinced me about the races, I wrote in our company Slack, it was referred to as my races manifesto because I wrote like 5 pages on it. What finally won me over was just it being explained, and this particular race just saying, hey, this is relative strength. It's real time relative strength. So the stuff that is in this list is demonstrating that real time relative strength. And then it kind of clicked with me. I'm like, okay, so yes, I'd be interested in trying to automate some of this trading as well. Um, Actually, I'm going to do this here because I'm actually looking to do this on my other layout. Let me look to the side here and I'm going to place the same trade. We'll watch it here. Just a nice pullback on this PXMD into some congestion back here. And it's an area. So I'm just looking, right? It was the post market area here. It was this kind of congestion area in through here. And then the highs here. So big spike up and then a nice pullback. So I'm trying to see if I can grab a little bit in there. More for a swing if I can get it. I know this is crazy to have as a swing, so it's going to be really, really small. My stop's probably going to go at the low of the day. But I just kind of like the daily chart, how it might be double bottoming here. So it's worth a shot to me. But anyway, it's a rant. But yeah, so what convinced me was just saying, hey, this is just, I guess I'm too simple when it was explained kind of robustly about what's going on. what got it to me was just say, hey, this is relative strength. So it's just showing you right now all the stuff that's up the most from the open that's demonstrating relative strength right now, and how it's doing the relative strength part is just sorting it, right? There's, probably 10,000 things in the top list that this was created from, but not all of them will make it. In fact, only a handful of them here will make it. So again, it's a way to look at what is the strongest stuff at any given time, and just show me that. So this NRBO, really, really strong earlier in the day. It's kind of hanging under some areas here, so I don't think I'd be interested. But um, and then I'm now looking to see using it for some swing trading. So this ARQQ I have here, but I also have in my real account. Very, very small, because again, I still paper trade anytime it's a new idea, or anytime it's a new kind of creation. I always try to paper trade it first. But um, the idea here is I kind of caught this breakout yesterday, and you can see my entry points kind of right here. But I caught this breakout yesterday from the races, and I looked at the longer term chart. And I said, oh, that's interesting. So that's the same kind of thing that I'm looking at with some of these other names. But this AEHR, if you remember, we saw this AEHR on TI strength too. So, not that one. So much stuff going on here. Yeah, so it's the second ranked name in TI strength, and it's showing up on the races. So I actually snagged a bit of that as well. Again, I just love the concept that if um when the market's selling, you just look at the stuff that's not selling. So it's up 14% today, where the whole market is just getting kind of clobbered. So hey, Circle, how's it going? Do I have a video on generic trading plan creation? Yeah, I have a whole video series, and the last little bit of the video series is trading plan creation. However, let me grab something for you here. Oops, didn't mean to do that. And if you scroll down to the bottom of that page, there's a video that I did um, recently. On that page, and I just kind of show where I actually sit down and I went through, it's 2 hours, right? But I went through and created a trading plan from scratch that says if this then that, if this then that. Because again, you either have a trading plan and you're serious about being a trader, or if you don't have a trading plan, you're not serious about being a trader and you just want to hit buttons and hope stuff goes up, kind of thing. Great series, by the way. Watched it all. Oh, thank you. No, I had fun doing that. It kept us sane as we were locked in for quarantine, but I think it did a good job with doing a good job of kind of explaining the basics of what trading is, right? A lot of people think trading is, oh, eventually I'll just be so good that I'll be able to look at a chart and know what's going to happen next. And there's a lot of people that are even been doing this for a year or so that think that that's what trading is that you look at a chart and go, oh, this thing's going down, right? Or oh, this thing is going up, and then they'll place a trade based off of that. But for us that have been doing it for a length of time, it's not that at all, right? You put someone who's been trading for 100 years and someone who's just trading, and they sit in front of a chart, and you say, okay, what's going to happen next to this? They won't know any different one way or the other. So what separates winning trades from, or winning traders from losing traders, is that winning traders have a thing that they do. They have some sort of plan. They have a, if this occurs, then I'm going to do this. And then when that occurs, I'm going to do this. And this is, they think in systems, right? They think in overall plans. And then they just execute, right? Trading is and should be incredibly boring. If you're, excited at all when you're trading, you're doing it wrong, right? It should be an incredibly boring endeavor. And that's one of the things that we like to do at Trade Ideas, where we want to make things simple. So, right, for this 10 SMA play scan right here, when I'm scanning through this, I'm looking for relative strength, and it's looking for stocks that are bouncing off their 10 SMA. So if I get that, and then I just look for basic support and resistance, right? So if this SQM could get over this resistance zone, then maybe be something I'd be interested in. It's got relative strength to the overall market. And then I'm going to use this 10 SMA as a trailing stop and try to stay involved in it as long as it's trending above there. Simple stuff. Do I have my race setups different versus no, I have and I can share this with you, but I have them pretty generic. It's the same. Again, it was just the fact that it was explained to me as something that's finding relative strength, right? So RGLS is the thing moving up the most right now. So if I just duplicate that, free floating, now mine will look a little bit different. And again, that's because we are testing a new way of looking at things where basically everything's going to be a little bit more cloud based. So that's the races right there that I use. So this, again, just how I look at it. So yeah, you'll notice that mine are moving probably a little bit smoother than yours and stuff, but this is stuff that we're playing with soon where it's going to be. Plus, this is also our push to try to get this and the Market Explorer up on the web, right? We know that our kind of two killer apps are not on the web, so we're trying, if we can get this going, then this is something that we could push up into the web. HHR is up because they got an order. I don't follow the fundamentals. I don't care. I've never met a wildly successful trader that does a lot of fundamental stuff. I just look at price action. Now again, if if what you're doing works for you, that's great. But I don't care. Everything's got news every day. Mark going down more. Don't know. But what I do know is that I will execute my written and tested trading plan regardless of what happens in the markets. Right. Again, that's the difference. There's no professional trader has any power to predict what's going to happen next in the market any more than anyone else, right? The difference between a professional trader or a profitable trader and unprofitable trader is a profitable trader has a trading plan and they have the ability to follow that trading plan. So, can I share my plan? Nope. The plan has to be personalized for everybody because it's going to vary based off personality type, account size, time you can devote to the market, anything like that, right? I will say that if you're looking to just take someone's plan and copy it, then you really need to evaluate kind of how serious you are about trading. Right? The way I always say is that if you were planning on opening a restaurant or a convenience store or whatever it is, and you're going to the bank and you're going to say, listen, this is what I'm going to do, they're going to say, okay, give me your plan. If you say, oh, well, I found this one online or I don't have one, they're not going to give you any money, right? Because you're like, well, you're not taking this seriously, right? You haven't sat down and done the work to come up with something that makes sense, that you think has an edge over everyone else in the world, that kind of thing. And it's no different with trading, right? With trading, the plan that I have that works for me may not work for you, wouldn't work for Barry. I know Barry would shudder if he had to hold stuff as long as I hold it. And with such a low win rate that I have a fairly low win rate, but I have just a killer risk reward. So, the math works out in the end. But So it has to be based off your personality, has to be based off the time you have devoted to the market, has to be something that makes sense to you that you can kind of continue to do for a period of time. Did you take someone's plan when you started trading? No. No, I learned the basics, like the website I posted above, where I've got an intro to trading course. I started to trade at a prop firm, so they had a little intro course as well. And then they said, okay, here's some things. You can look at any technical analysis book on the market, and you'll see the basic things like bear flags and bull flags, which we have scans for. They'll talk about relative strength, which we have scans for, that type of thing. So there is an unlimited number of ways that you can look at the market. The point is that you have to find the way that makes the most sense to you, and then you have to build a plan around it, because a technical setup isn't a trading plan, right? A technical setup is just that. It's just a technical setup. So then you have to say, okay, I'm going to enter here for this reason. I'm going to exit. This is going to be my initial stop loss for this reason. I'm going to sell some at this price for this reason, right? All of these things have to kind of be in this individual trading plan. So yeah, what I was taught was, here is what some, again, you can look at a bull flag, look at a bear flag, do whatever kind of makes you happy there. Whatever one of those makes the most sense to you, and then get to work on a plan, right? You just got to know in this game, you are up against Goldman Sachs with an absolute legion of people paid $500,000 a year to devote themselves to trying to beat you. Right. So you have to know, okay, what is my edge and how can I exploit that edge? And what are my goals, right? Am I in income? Am I trying to trade for income? Am I trying to trade for growth? uh, what's my tax structure look like? There's just tons and tons of things that you need to know about yourself. How much time do I have to devote to the market? When can I devote that time to the market? uh, all these different things, and then from that you then start to build a plan based off of your own kind of thing, right? If I go, oh, a simple example would be like, yeah, I enter all my swings at the end of the day. That's what I do personally. But if someone's not there for that period of time, then that would make no sense for them to follow that plan. Barry is a very kind of higher end scalper type of guy who's super super active all day. Well, if you don't have the ability to 100% focus on the market, then his plan wouldn't work for you either, right? So it's very important that you build something that makes sense with what you've got, right? There is no shortcuts in this game. I always say, right, if you want to have the income of a doctor, working from home, that kind of thing, then you should expect to educate yourself like one, and work like one. The benefit is that the work in trading is all front loaded. So as soon as you have a trading plan together and you've tested it and it works for you, well, then the concept is just, okay, now I need to diligently express this trading plan over and over again. Um, and have the kind of discipline and the fortitude to keep doing it even when it's not working, and everything, because no plan will work all the time, and all of that, and just kind of avoid, looking at what everyone else is doing. So it's all front loaded. It's a lot of work to develop something that makes sense, and that you can follow. But when you're done, you're done. And then it's just time to kind of go. Just do the same thing over and over again. For paper trading, can I turn off commissions when I go live? I'm planning to use E-Trade, which has no commissions. Not currently. That is, I did see that on the list. That is the list on the list to update, is that you can change your commission values. Now, what I will say is that if your broker has zero commissions, you're probably going to lose a little bit on the spread. So, um, again, although yes, we're looking at it, and yes, it's something we're going to do. I would always test under worst case scenarios. So, if your if you're able to make money with the commissions turned on and everything, then great. You just know you'll make more when the commissions are turned off. If it's the breaking point of your strategy, then I'd say, okay, well, you really kind of have to look to see if it's going to hold up in the real world. And if some of the stuff that I've been reading about them banning payment for order flow comes true, commissions might be on their way back, because if they ban payment for order flow, they're not going to give you those free commissions out of the kindness of their heart. And as a Canadian, I can say that you guys are the only first world country on earth that actually allows payment for order flow. So um, it's certainly not impossible that you guys decide to ban that part of trading. So, but yes, long story short, yes, eventually we're going to add that in. But again, I would say if that's a breaking point, if you're like, oh, I would have made money if it wasn't for commissions, you gotta know that you're trading on a simulator, which is going to simulate an environment. It's not going to be a real environment. So your real results are going to differentiate some from the fake results, right? We always try to simulate the real market the best we can, but fills might be off a few cents here or there in fast moving markets and things like that. So it's important that you build in a margin for error, and then when you go to E-Trade, that you understand, right, that there's right. And I'm not really just even saying this for you, but just for people in general, is that just understand there will be a small difference between the simulated world and the real world. So you want to make sure that you're doing well with enough of a cushion, so that when you switch, if there is some kind of degradation from the real world to the fake world, you're okay with that, right? That's something that you're fine with. You don't want to, be walking on a razor's edge with your strategy and then say, oh no, and then I turned it on live and it just instantly started losing money, which is always why I suggest when you go live small, right? Because you're going to have, even if you lose money from commissions, but I guess you say you're going to, um, you're going to have some you're not going to have commissions anyway, but it's just important to make sure that you kind of understand those. Do the papers resemble? Yeah, so the paper commissions, we built our commission structure based off Interactive Brokers, because that was our first, and we built Brokerage Plus before this whole commission free push. The So that's why we need to build in the additional function to turn them off, because that happened after we built the system. So any brokers easier to work with on your side of things? So for us, Interactive Brokers has by far been the best. So it's one of those things where um, the problem with a free broker is, they're selling your order flow, right? So you say, I want to buy this stock, and they're not just sending it to an exchange, they're selling it to a Citadel or something like that. Um, but it also means that because they're not making money hand over fist every time somebody trades, the first thing they usually cut is like API development and stuff like that, right? So like we've wanted to have thicker swim linking for a very long time, but to be honest, their API is just not good. So it's funny that Interactive Brokers, one of the only brokers still charging commissions, is also one of the only brokers that still has like a functioning API that seems to work well. So If you can catch my irony, I don't think that's funny. They're making money so they can invest in things like that. So really and again, I'm not a developer, so I don't want to overstep my bounds of um, doing doc mode API stuff, but I just know that, we've been trying for Thinkorswim for a long time and we just haven't been able to build something, not because of our side, because their API is not really kind of working well. Thank you for thoughts around a trading plan. Could you speak about journaling and tracking the trade and how to tie it all together? Yeah, so journaling is very important. So there's two kinds of journaling. One that's very important for newer traders, and the other that's very important for old and established profitable traders. I'm sorry, both you have to do when you're a newer trader. The other one is what you do when you're kind of older and established. So there should be two journals when you start. One should be just like the raw data of your trades. So you should have something simple like uh, right. So a journal every night for each trade would just be set up. So first you want to name your setups, right? So that you have your setup should be contained in your trading plan. So your setup might be something like, um, you know, bull flag would be a simple setup, right? We all know what a bull flag looks like. It's just something on the chart that looks like this and then does this, right? And then the next one would be entry and then reason, right? Which again should match up with your trading plan, but that might be something like, the downtrend line on the bull flag. We closed above it, so that was my entry. So I'm just making this up as I go, right? Then you would just have, right, and this is just the raw data. Stop, reason, right? So, I put my stop halfway in the middle of the bull flag, 'cause that's what I tested, and then it would, right, exit, reason, and then probably some notes about the overall market. Right. So talk about what the SPY was doing at the time. If it's a day trade, was there any active news on the stock? What did the volume look like? What were any catalysts? Right. So volume. And I always add scan found on, just so that I know how I can kind of find more of them if they end up working. And this is all just like a very, could be an Excel spreadsheet, could be a company like TraderSync or something like this. We're going to build in some more of this functionality in the future. But again, a simple Excel spreadsheet would be fine. Just the overall data. So then what you can do things like you can say, okay, well, how much money does this setup make me? Right. And then for example, these stops, if you find out you're getting stopped a lot because you're putting your stop 50% in the bull flag, but then they continue going in your review, you may say, okay, I want to put a stop down here instead. And then you go back through all these trades and say, how would that have worked? Right. Your exit reason, you might want to play with that. And then the scan found on, I think that's important because say you have 4 setups that you trade, where you can go through um, and you can say, okay, of these 4 setups, maybe bull flag is by far the best. If I had just done that, I would have made almost as much money as I traded all of them. So then you might go, okay, well, this is the only thing I want to do now. I'm going to focus on this one setup, or maybe the top 2 you want to focus on or something. So then it's really important that you can try to find commonalities on where you found them, because your goal is to find more and more of them. Now that's again one, and then there should be a personal. Oh, sorry, another one I want to add to this is mistakes. So just in case because again, your trading plan has exactly how you decided to trade a bull flag, right? And then your mistakes are going to be something that maybe you did that didn't line up with this. So, for example, if your entry reason is supposed to be a break of the downtrend line, but you exited early or you entered early or something like that, you put that in the mistakes column. And the reason you do that is because if you find all of them, so say you find you're exiting early, and that's a massive mistake that you see over and over and over again. Well, then you've learned something, right? So you can, try to build in systems. Maybe you only check your positions once a day or something like that. But then you should also have your personal journal. And this is the one that is, again, important if a new trader, but it's also, I would say, this is more of a journal that I keep as opposed to all the raw data, because I've done the raw data enough that I now need to look at this. And this would just be like, um, things like this is all like the hippie stuff. So just like healing, oops, rest, relationships, that kind of stuff, right? Because if you're writing these things, and this is also where you'd put like new ideas. I know I'm misspelling a lot, but things that you learn, stuff like that. And the importance of this one is, again, like any journal, A, it helps get your thoughts on paper, but B, it will, and sometimes out of your head, and then you can do better things with that there. The other thing that it can do is that if you see the same thing over and over again, like you look at a day and you're like, I didn't rest very well. I slept like shit. And then you go through your journal and you're like, okay, well, I lost money that day. And you find these type of correlations, then that's another place you can learn. So, for example, one thing that I noticed a lot of, I said earlier, I don't day trade in the middle of the day. And it's because I went through and I did this exercise once where I took an entire year's worth of data and I split it into times a day, and I made good money right off the open and I made okay money right off the close. But then in the middle of the day, I broke even or lost money. So it was just one of those, okay, well, why not just trade the open where I make most of my gains and then shut everything down? And then it was the other way around for my swing trading, where I noticed that in my swing trading, when I was buying stuff right off the open in the swing trading, I was getting a lot of these like wicks, right? So like on end phase right here. Maybe you'd buy when it broke that day and it slams back down. So then what that turned into was I will just wait for the close of the candles for swing trading. So now that's how I've developed my routine of the first hour in the morning is all about I've got my races layout up. I'm focused in. I'm looking for things that are breaking pre-market highs or opening ranges and stuff like that. And then after that first hour and a half, I don't do any. I just close that down entirely. And then for that last hour, that's really when I'm focusing on that. And that came from the personal journal side of things. So I think both of those are important. I would say the stats journal is the thing that most professional traders start to slack on, and then away we go with the other side where you're really focused on like how you're feeling, you're rested, how are you thinking, that kind of stuff, right? uh how do you figure out how to make your wins better than your losses? Well, that's all just part of your trading plan, right? So someone may say, for example, I'm going to target double what my risk is. So if I'm risking $1, I'm going to target $2. Some people use trailing stops based on moving averages. There are all kinds of ways that you do them. Now, you can't control anything about how far the stock goes against you. So what you can control is your stop. So if the tighter you make your stop, the easier it is to achieve kind of that better than one risk reward ratio. I'm glad you guys don't charge commission for using brokerage fuss. No, we don't. Um, I know there's some places that do that when they auto trade, they take a little bit of a fee for each one. It's not something we're interested in, right? We make our income from subscriptions, right? So uh, we understand that we want you guys making, you know, we want you guys making money, right? That's why we do these kind of live Q&As and why we have the Barries room and all of this educational stuff, because it doesn't benefit us at all if you guys come in and just, YOLO your account into GameStop and have it crash to zero. That doesn't help us, right? Um, what we want is we want people who learn the product and understand the product. It's the reason we built the simulator, is because we want everyone to focus on the simulator until they're consistently profitable. If you can't make money in paper, you can't make money in the real world, right? That's just an honest proof. Like, put me on a simulator and I'll be a millionaire in no time, because it removes that emotional side of things. So again, we want to keep you guys in the game, because we don't want anyone to lose money, but selfishly, we want to keep you guys in the game because you're not going to pay us if you blow up your account, right? So again, that's why we do this kind of stuff.
Michael.
Barry.
Michael. So first of all, before you take off, can you maybe answer Ali's question regarding reviewing the back tester, it's a pain, etc., to review a chart? I don't know how to answer that. I don't know if there's a
Yeah,
simple
no.
solution to that.
I'll bring it up in a dev meeting. I know what he's talking about. Basically, you can click through the back tester and it puts a little blue arrow where your entry would be.
Mhm.
He's
Yeah.
just saying that right, if he wants to actually see the price action on the chart, you got to go back a ways.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Um, I'll pitch something with that. It wouldn't be an overnight fix, but maybe it'd be interesting if it, like, you clicked on it like a thumbnail chart of what it looked like around that action popped up. I don't know how hard that would be, but that'll be something I'll suggest.
Okay. Do you want to take off?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
I'll see you
We'll
at
see you in about an hour.
the marketing meeting in a bit.
You bet.
All
Okay,
right, have a good
Michael,
one.
I'll take over. Okay, thanks. All right, guys, I am back in both rooms now. Let me get rid of the notice. Okay, guys, so I'm back in both rooms now, and I noticed that was an expensive lunch because the KITT, this is probably something I may have, this is after the first halt, may have been able to get into just over around that 650 mark, and it got up to 9. Now it's coming right back down, but so that was a bit of an expensive break I took, and it's halted on the way down though. I told you guys that Michael would talk to you about a business plan, your business plan, your business plan, your business plan. You don't, or a trading plan. If you don't have one, he's not interested. Seriously. He's dogmatic about it, and that's it. All right, let's take a look at what is happening. So the market now looks like it's put in a bit of a base, okay, and looks like it wants to maybe move a little bit higher. If it can take out the high of that red candle, it's about 399.19. That might get it running a bit, just a bit. Man, this CRDO, what a move it had. I'm just looking right here. I mean, this was completely counter to the market, CRDO. I mean, this ran from about 1256 all the way up to about 14. Didn't really pull back at all, just kind of basing here right now. I was looking left to see where it could go. And looking left, the next highs are about 1428. So I mean, this still has some room if it can keep basing here. See if there's any news on this one. Are you sure that you flatten? Did you flatten more share? I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but did you hit it twice? Click it twice. You got to be careful. So if I take a trade, let me just take a trade here. CPS, CPCO. Oh, look at that bid ask. Okay, let me take another one. Just not that it really matters. Okay, so let me take a trade here. 500. I'll get into it, buy it, send it. I'm in it. I flatten it. Or we can take its time because I just entered the trade, but well, now you've jinxed it for me because it's not even okay. So it flattened it, no problem. If I do it again, I don't know what happens if you accidentally click on it twice. You're sure that you didn't accidentally, I don't know, put more shares than you had? I mean, I can't duplicate it. I can't duplicate it, Tom. So I don't know what to say. Did you have a stop in place? Yeah, it's hard for me to know what happened. Yeah, that's what I thought, Pepe. I thought if you clicked it twice, it might, and I thought I did. I'll try it one more time. So let's go to Jewel. Okay, and again, I'll buy 500 shares. Buy, send. Okay, in the trade. I'm going to click it twice. 1, 2. Let's see what happens. No, it didn't. It didn't turn it into a short. I thought that was pretty rapidly. I'll do it again. Let's take another one. 500 shares. Buy, send. Okay, so there it is. Click, click. No, did not turn it into a. So I don't know what's happening, Denver. I don't know what's happening. Oh, there it did. Okay, that's what you did then. They didn't fix it. See, I did it rapidly. I did it very rapidly. So you must have clicked it twice very rapidly. Okay, that's what happened. So maybe what happened, but you had to do it pretty rapidly because I did it up here, but I paused, I don't know, a second between clicks. So you must have to do it. You have to do it pretty rapidly. Watch, I'll do it again. Flatten, flatten. So that should take it out. That should cover that position and maybe turn it into a long. Yeah. So that's what you did. You must have really rapidly clicked a couple of times. Maybe because it didn't instantly happen or something, you thought you had to do it again. Because now I'll flatten it and then I'll flatten it again. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's take, wow, that NRBO looked like it was going to be dead here, didn't it? That was it. 36, a little $10 pop. So guys, the CRDO still looks interesting. I mean, it's still, I mean, I know it seems extended, but it's sort of based a bit here in the 15 minutes, 45 minutes at this price. And the volume has tailed off a little bit here, but wow, I mean, what a move. Counter completely to the market. And there was some news, yeah. So this hyperscale data centers and 5G networks with new optical DSPs, et cetera, et cetera. So there was some news for this company, and that evidently was enough to get it moving higher, even though the market was really moving lower most of the day. Yeah, so we knew that was going to happen with Twitter, of course, but now what's going to happen next is the big mystery. I wish this had more room. CAL, it basically did not really have a pop-up moving down, but it doesn't have enough room for me anyway. I look left on the daily chart and 25.45 is the next low. So that to me is too close. This NEOG really hasn't broken down that much. I mean, because I had an alert set here, 1672, that was the next low looking left. I had the alert set, it broke it, but it's just kind of hanging around this area. But there's really no support for many, many years. It's just not moving down. It's kind of, it's kind of doing what the market's doing. Really for Starbucks, and yet they're closing stores left and right, at least in our area. And we're sort of a coffee area, and yet they seem to be closing stores left and right. Maybe that's how they're going to grow their revenue, close down stores. Boy, William's in a snarly mood today. Nerve. I just saw this one right around here when it was taking out 10. I was thinking, boy, this has a shot, and look what it did. It went from 10 to 1080 NERV. This ALLG's got a little bit of room, guys. Take a look on the daily chart. Excuse me, on the daily chart. So of course it's above yesterday's high now. I waited on this yesterday for a long time to see if it would take out yesterday's high in a big way. It did not. The next high is 659. So a little bit of room. Yeah, I look at ABUS. I got an alert for it, but ABUS, just look at all the resistance not that far away. So I don't take the trade. As Michael kept saying, you have to have a trading plan. That's part of my trading plan. Looking left, looking left, looking left. If I don't think there's enough room, I don't take the trade. It doesn't mean that it could, in the next second, it might explode right through everything that I think is a resistance area. But that is part, when Michael says you got to do something that can repeat over and over and over again. And that is me looking left. I just repeatedly talk about looking left. If I don't see enough room, I don't take the trade. And it can go without me. I completely get it. But yeah, so get B. I mean, if we could all do that, that'd be awesome. I mean, you want to be alerted to stocks about to make a move. Well, I'm not trying to be flippant, but the crystal ball doesn't unfortunately work that way. Okay. I mean, we all want to find stocks that before they make the move, they do this. Okay. But you can't possibly know 100% that something like this is going to happen. Again, I'm not trying to be dismissive. I mean, we in this watch list here, though, you could say something like this, though. Let's take a look, see if there's anything that's interesting. Today may be a bad day, but let's see. Yeah, let's see, maybe another one. Okay, guys, the SPY took out that little area. Maybe we're going to challenge 400 again. Let me see if I can find something that can more illustrate my point. Okay, so here's LXU. Now you might say, well, wait a minute, though. It's already had a nice 8% move. Why would I want to see this now? Okay, well, if you take a look at this, look how it's basing here, LXU. Now we don't know if it's going to move up or down from here, okay? So what you can do, and because it showed up in this scan here, the large cap gainers from the open, what you can do then is maybe put a price alert. So here it is at 731. You might put a price alert at, say, I don't know, 742, set 741 or so. Create a price alert. And if you're looking on the short side, you could maybe put a price alert down here at 1712. So what you've done now is you've kind of bracketed this area that it's in. And so if it pops up through, you'll know because you'll get the price alert. And hopefully it does it on some volume. But if it doesn't do it on volume, you may not want to take the trade. But that could get it going. Okay. So that's not exactly knowing that it's going to happen, but at least you can, you can put you have an expectation. This is probably not going to stay here all day long. It's probably going to break one way or the other. Okay. If that makes sense. And that's why I'm saying using this like a watch list, just because something isn't moving anymore, click on it and see what's happening. As far as finding the best channel, I mean, we've got a momentum channel, obviously those are stocks that are fast moving and all, but I encourage you to learn about the races. I encourage you to learn about the races, okay? Because what the races do gets you to focus on one scan. I've got two going here, okay? I do have two. This is a more volatile situations, and this is more, call it calm, okay? And if you don't know about the races, I mean, I can explain it all, not just to yourself, but to other people. But I really encourage you to take a look at our user guide. As Michael kept saying, you've got to, and just in general, I'm not trying to pick on you, Get B. You've got to spend the time. You've got to have some kind of a plan. It shouldn't be just, oh, look at this one. I think that looks good. Why does it look good to you? I mean, what's it doing that makes it, and can you repeat that? So if you click on my home page, you'll be brought to this section, and here's the education section. Click here, and then click on the user guide. And I'm going to go over the races, but this is the guide for the races, TI stock racing. Okay, you click on that. There are I think there are about 3 or 4 videos, lots of text, which explains, what the races are all about and why we think that they're probably one of the best things we've ever done. I could throw, I mean, I think with the simulator, I think it's awesome that you can, for simulated trading. I personally, and I don't know even if I weren't moderating a trading room and I just had trade ideas as I was just a subscriber like the rest of you. Would I use B plus to trade? I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I've been using Interactive Brokers from within Interactive Brokers for 6 years now. I don't really see a big deal for me to trade from within trade ideas. Now that's just me. Okay. The other thing is I don't trade very much. I'm typically not in more than 2 trades at a time. But looking at the races, I think the races has been the biggest innovation we've had in a long time. I mean, it seems pretty simple, but think about it like this. All races start with a top list, okay? And your top list can be constructed any way you want. I mean, this is all I'm looking for. All I'm looking for. I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, and it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close, okay? That's all I'm looking for. Now, you may think, well, you know what? Maybe I want to add relative volume. Maybe I want to add a few other things, and that's fine. That's all I'm looking for right here. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it's moving, I'll see it. Okay? Because again, before we had races, the top list was used mainly, if you said, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you had it as a column header, the change from the close, as an example, I could double left click quickly, and I could see the stocks that are up the most today. 166% for NRBO and all the way down, okay? If I want to see the ones up the most from the open, their opening trade, I can do the same thing. So you can click on any header. If I want to see the stocks having the highest relative volume, this is what you're going to see. It's a list. Great. How do you trade it? Okay. How are you going to use this information to trade? Well, it's pretty difficult if we said, well, all you got to do is just stare at this huge list and see what stocks are moving. Well, that's why the races were developed. Because now you don't have to stare at a list to see what stocks are moving relative to the other stocks in the list. Every race for me, I run a 4-minute race. Why? I don't know. I pick 4 minutes. You can pick 3, you can pick 5, you can pick 10, you can pick 2. I picked 4 minutes. I at the very beginning just to see what it was like, and I stuck with it. Okay. So this race has another 27 seconds and then it'll be completed. And you'll see that there will be a winner at the end of it. Right now, as we speak, ZFox is at the top, but something else, in the next 17 seconds could supplant it. We don't know. But what happens is, let's see when this race is over. So what this means is this 2.6%, since the race started, this has moved 2.6%. Relative to all the other stocks, this is the leader. Okay, so it won. Okay, now another race will begin. And now you just keep an eye on the leaderboard. What stock is moving the most? Because every stock starts off in the same position. What stock is moving the most? So for instance, BHC down here, it's right now it's up 7.7% from the open. But what if all of a sudden it was 7 point, or it was 8%, then 9%, then 12%, 15%? For whatever reason, we don't know. It doesn't matter. You'd start to see it move up on the leaderboard. How could you possibly know that was happening by trying to look at a huge list of stocks? How could you possibly know? Okay, so let the software tell you, but almost as important is what happens over the course of the day. It builds you a nice watch list automatically for you. And how is that built? Well, the number one position is the stock that won the most races. Now, I start my races at 9:30 Eastern time, okay, when the market opens. If you want, you can start them earlier. You can start them whenever you want, okay? But I start my races at 9:30. Both these races started at 9:30. So it creates this watch list. And so, for instance, I might look at this one in the number 7 position, GPCO. So I'm saying you click on it. What's happening with it? You look at it. Could get interesting later on. We don't know it's going to get interesting, but it could get. It's kind of chopped around a little bit. You can see maybe if it takes out 9, maybe you want to be interested in that. Okay. That's the beauty of it. Just click on it. There's only 10 symbols here. And of course, keep an eye on the ones that keep winning races over and over. Because NRBO, look, this was a tough trader. Don't get me wrong. It's one of these 1 for 30 reverse splits that went crazy today. But even these ones that pull back and then, maybe they base and maybe they start winning a race and you'll start to see it move up on the leaderboard. Click on it. You don't have to wait for a race to be over. If you start seeing something moving up, click on it. That could actually be a way to catch something that's, in like moving up now. Another way to use this too is, okay, you look at this, FWBI. No, we tried this one. You might look at this one. This is still up 119%, had big news and all that. It's a fairly low float. You know what? I got to fix this. Driving me crazy. Just give me a moment. Okay, that's what I can do. Okay, so again, you look at this AKRO. Now, what I did have an alert set down here. If it broke down below, it did, but it's still not moving. You might look at this though and go, wow, okay, what if it took out this high right there, which is around a little over $28? And you might say, well, wait a minute, though, it's at 27. Why would I wait another dollar? Well, if you're going to guess that it's going to do that, that's, to me anyway, that's just guessing. So you can give up a dollar, but look what could happen if it does take that out, because it did get up to, 30, 32. And who knows, maybe it keeps running towards the end of the day. Ooh, if you're not seeing anything, that's too bad. You have to do a refresh. And if you can hear me, I am presenting, yes. Yeah, it might have to do a refresh. If you can't see my screen, I think well, if you can't see it, but in the trading room, there's a gear and I think there's a refresh. There was some news on CRDO, I think. Yeah. Again, whether you think this news warranted moving up like this, but That was the news this morning regarding Credo, CRDO. Don't you have our, oh, JK, I don't know, who's your broker? Not sure if our news had that because our news has been, yeah, even our news had it. I'm not muted. I am not muted. You have this problem, Denver, a lot. I know you can't hear me. Well, first of all, okay, guys, I'm not muted according to my icon. I'm not muted and my mic is on. So, guys, can you hear me? Just need a couple of yeses. You guys in YouTube can probably hear me for sure. Just need a couple of yeses to make sure that something hasn't screwed up. Okay, thank you. You seem to have problems a lot of times, Tom. All right, guys. So let's take a look at KITT, K-I-T-T. Their merger today started as a new company, symbol KITT, but really, really took off after they. Well, actually, the merger was in the. It happened. It was in the pre-market. Really met with blah. Market was down. Didn't do anything until 11:30. Then all of a sudden, at 11:30, look at this. Yeah, I don't know why it happens on some computer configurations. So you guys sometimes lose the sound and cannot see the screen. So nothing I can do on my end other than just telling you guys to refresh. Look at the kit, guys. Kit. So let's just see if this takes this out. I mean, it's still super, super volatile, but I'm just going to see if it takes out 718 later. Hmm. So that's on your end, of course, you're talking. When you say you play something else on your computer, you're talking about on your end, Pepe, right? Not my end. Okay. I mean, I figured as much. Just wanted to make sure. Interesting. I don't know what to say about that, guys. AJ saying he couldn't hear me all day in the main room. Had to switch to YouTube. Yeah, I never seem to have a problem with YouTube. The problem with YouTube, though, is that it's just not as active with traders and stuff. Ugh, that was a sweeter trade, though. I'm sure you guys took that short Sky. Yeah, Sky T. Now, what did it do after that? Actually, what an amazing. That's a great alert from Zach's topping scan. Great. I'm just looking here. This was on just as I was getting ready to take my break. Sky T 1213 to short. Wow, down to 10. I'm sure you guys must have taken that one. So here's another example of a disastrous IPO, Brush, Canadian IPO. IPO'd back here on about a month and a half ago, I guess, and just straight down. A little bit of a jog today, but I don't know if there's any specific news. Is growing awareness of good oral hygiene driving the growth of electric toothbrush maker? Growing awareness. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I've known about good oral hygiene for many, many years. I don't like growing awareness. Somebody will wake up one day, you know what? Good hygiene seems like a good idea. Come on. Growing awareness. DDS, Dillard's. Let's take a look at Dillard's. Ah, William, you're being very snarky today, making fun of the British. Very snarky. Oh, dentist. I thought you meant Dillard's. Oh, Barry DDS. I see. I'm a little slow reel. Sorry. As I'm sure you've been doing this for as long as, well, I've been doing this, and people have been trading. And you see something on a billboard and some DDS, you immediately think of a symbol, a stock symbol. Well, I just think in terms of stock symbols all the time. I see anything as an acronym, I think of a stock symbol. News flash, if you eat lots and lots of sugar and overeat, you may become a little obese. News flash, there is growing awareness of that. Get B. I don't know how to help you on the screen issue. If you've done the refresh, the only thing I can think of, you can hear me, right? Maybe change browsers. I don't know what browser you're using. I know the developer of the room. This is a third party that we use, and I know he says, ideally it's Chrome, but maybe change browsers. If you can hear me, try another browser. Okay. ADTX. Okay. ADTX, 1 for 50 reverse split yesterday. Yeah. I think actually somebody mentioned this one yesterday and asked me my opinion. And of course, it was all right. How many? 1 for 50. 1 for 50. So this stock will be, well, it's going to be expensive. It's going to be expensive if it's a 1 for 50. It's going to be about $20. But who knows? Maybe it goes from 20 to 60, like the one today. What did that one start out at? So this one started out around $12. Okay, this is in the pre-market. So I'm going to be watching that ADTX tomorrow. ADTX. I'm not going to buy any shares right now. You'd have to buy a few shares. You're going to be diluted by 50 by a ratio of 1 to 50. So if you bought 1,000 shares of it tomorrow, you'd have 20, which if it went up to $63, like this one would be okay. But I'm going to watch, so I'm going to watch ADTX tomorrow in the pre-market and just see, because you know what traders are looking at? They're going, okay, NRBO did this one today, reverse split. Could ADTX do it tomorrow? So thank you, whoever pointed that out. Bob, thank you for pointing that one out. I'll heart it, so it'll be in my watch list, my personal watch list, so I'll know about it tomorrow. Now, again, guys, there's no guarantee. The same thing's going to happen. Understand that. So don't buy, 20,000 shares of this, thinking the same thing is going to happen tomorrow. All right, guys, it is Tuesday today, so there was a marketing meeting, so I'll be attending that at 2 o'clock. They delayed it. Well, let's see. Wednesday, September 14th. NASDAQ website confirms the 1 for 50. So it was delayed until today. Is that what you meant, Captain? William, I just sent you a private message. Okay, thank you. All right, I just had an alert here for LXU. Let's see why. Oh yeah, so I was talking about, maybe this breaks down. LXU maybe breaks down. Thank you, William. So you should expect something, I don't know when, but you should expect something. But unlike the old days when you'd see, and I'm talking, I mean, you guys have been trading enough. If you were trading 20 years ago, you knew that a reverse split was terrible. I mean, it was the last gasp for a company, as William says, to regain their Nasdaq listing. But more than so, you some stock at $20, 20 cents does a 10 for one, 1 for 10. So now it's a $2 stock. Almost invariably, it'd be at two, then it'd be 150, then it'd be dollar below a dollar again. It's just a last gasp to try to maintain a listing. But that has not been the case over the last 3 years, where we've seen some reverse splits that have actually maintained and done incredibly well for a while anyway, giving us a trade, including, of course, NRBO today. Exactly, Zach. It works until it doesn't. But one that did not work though is MindMed. It did not work. They did a 1 for 15, and look at it. That's like a 50. That's like 53 cents now. 53 cents after it was up to a dollar. Remember what happened here? If you guys don't remember, I mean, whether this is true or not, they claim that some guy who made $100 million on Bed Bath and Beyond started with 20, didn't start with zero. That's what the story went. And then he looked for something else to do. 20-year-old with the help of his father, and started to invest in this MNMD. So that popped up to about $1.50. Again, this is split adjusted. Okay, you'd have to divide that by 15 to get the price, and then it just fell after that. So right back down. So in other words, went up to $1.50, and now it's back down to, as in essence, a 50 cents. Well, guys, CRDO looks like it wants to drop, and it's through that 10 SMA. Drop for a while anyway. There might be some support around 13.19 or so, 13.20 or so. But it's through that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Again, this has been running counter to the market virtually the whole day until now. We had that one red bar. Now we've got another one, and that is the CRDO. Okay, I did some quick math. That's about 973 stores a year in China for Starbucks. So let's make it an even 1,000, so 3,000 stores over the next 3 years. Happy that, yeah, there's a report that the company will open one store nearly every 9 hours for the next 3 years. No, opening stores in China. Opening stores. Just pop that in the room for you. You can read it, okay? Ooh, PAX. PAX, what are you looking at here? Yeah, to me, there's just too much support around that just underneath 13, around 13. Getting this on my 10-day daily breakdown, but looks like there's just too much support. Burrito guys on the way down. I don't know if you'd want that contract. My guess is that Starbucks would be grinding the contractors, whoever is going to do it. All right, guys, market is starting to drift down again. All right, guys, it's getting close to 2 o'clock, so I'm just going to put the announcement in here just for a little bit longer. I agree, William. I agree. It could have an end of the day run. Could, as you say, could, may, possibility. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, sorry about that. A very long meeting. So on, I had to leave. All right. Kind of interested in this LXU. I have an alert set down here just underneath 17. So LXU may drift down. Reminds me a little bit like the CRDO, which I'm still in. I took some out on that little pop up, but it reminds me a little bit about like the LXU is actually based a lot more, but same sort of a deal in which is very strong in the face of a very bad market, very strong, and then finally, no, this may have happened anyway, even if the market wasn't doing this. This may have happened anyway, just profit taking, etc. But LXU, I mean, there is just, I mean, if it takes out 17, the reason I say that is because the next low looking left the next 1690, I think, is the low here. 1695. So if it takes out 1695, the next low looking left on the 15-minute chart is 1594. So that could give us, if you're looking for an end of day potential short, that could do it, especially if the market keeps moving down like this. And I'm noticing too that it is below the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. So it's got a lot going for it. All right, so this CRDO, guys, this is getting, man, I was sort of wishful thinking that it would get down to 13 area, but it's at 1325 now. And that is the low of that candle. Actually, yeah, that's the low of that candle right there, the 1326. So it's at that low right now. Really following the market now. Look at this market. My goodness, that's an almost an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 15 minutes straight down. It will be super interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, this AK arrow, I refuse to believe it's just going to stay here. So up or down? I just refuse to believe it's just going to base here for the rest of the day. What was the ratio for ADTX, guys? So somebody posted that ADTX is doing, well, maybe I have it in a headline, is doing a reverse split tomorrow. 1 for 50, I got it. Okay. All right. Too bad. Yeah, there might be, actually, this has some room, guys. Don has some room too. DAWN has some room underneath that whole number now, underneath that 10 SMA. The next low looking left is about 23. So This has some room also if you're looking for another late day short, especially if the market continues to do this. I mean, there's, everything's just selling off right now. Not everything, but 90%, 95% of things are just selling off right now. You know what? I haven't even looked. So now we're down 1,000. Haven't even looked at these numbers. Wow. I keep thinking that LXU, but the LXU, I mean, it still remains strong. It's not wanting to take out 17. But boy, if it does, I mean, I think it's just going to rocket down if the market keeps doing this. Yeah, there's any news on them other than, stupid, well, not stupid. Piper Sandler putting a $26 price target on them. All right, guys. So, hey, look at ETNB is starting to move a little bit. ETNB, a little bit of a move here. All right, as I start to wrap this up, I'll probably be putting myself on mute in a little bit. Just talk one last time about my homepage. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Of course, there's a way in which you can take out a subscription right here, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do. And by the way, start off with a monthly. Do not take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want the product. For getting started with trade ideas, please do that. If you do take out a subscription, it'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Pearl Trade of the Week got absolutely slammed like everything else, Netflix. But next week, we'll have to see. It worked. It worked the first day. The trigger hit and a couple of dollar move. But like everything else, it's got absolutely slammed today. And that's free though, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education here. We've got a great user guide. When you go to the user guide, please check out the stock racing. Okay, check it out. Focus, focus, focus on one thing, especially if you're starting out. Daily support. So Chris Farley will be in our YouTube room at 3:30 to 4:30 today. He's there every Monday to Friday. So when I shut down the main room in about half an hour, you can head over to YouTube. I'll put the YouTube link in before I do shut down the main room. Daily webinars. So there is one tomorrow. Next week it's the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. This week it was the Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Some of you went into YouTube at noon and you might have heard Michael Noss. So Michael Noss put this together. This is a great little series, short videos. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. And of course, last, my scan. So if you want my scan, so here are the two races that you see that I display. The only other scans I really look at, other than the races, I do have the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. Do not get, and I'm very surprised we had the 10-day daily breakout. We had so many, usually we only get about 4 or 5 of each. I would have thought we'd have many more 10-day daily breakdowns, and then the single stock window. So this is my single stock window. This is what I like to see, but understand that everything you see here, these are just filters. So you can customize your single stock window. If you right click and you click on configure and then columns, these are all of the filters that we have. Okay. So you can add, or actually do the search. Sorry, here are all the filters that we have. That's all that these things are. These are just filters. So if you're more into fundamentals, you can add some fundamental filters there, information. But I love this at a glance, gives me a lot of information. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. You've seen me probably show you the halts resumes. When a stock gets halted, it appears in that scan, and then when it resumes, it does. This is another individual alert scan, momentum scan. Zach's bouncers and toppers. My guess is that there probably been some amazing ones on the top. So this is I wouldn't call this for new traders. I do have this here. I wouldn't call it for new traders though. This is looking for stocks that, especially on a day like today, looking for stocks that are maybe oversold and then bounce. You may get some today, but I don't think the bounce will be too strong. And then I'm surprised we have as many topping plays against stocks that might be overbought and then moving down. And then another very basic scan. So I do have some basic scans that I'm sharing. But I would, if I were new, I would just look at these two. They're races. And I think I'll probably add Reels Trendo down scan to my homepage. Because I have tried to, there's a way, of course, in which you can what we call flip a strategy. So kind of get a mirror image. You're looking for things that are moving higher, and then you want to flip it, things that are moving lower with things that can be flipped. In other words, if you're looking for stocks that are up 2% for the day, you can flip something like that down 2% for the day, things like that. I just haven't really seen, maybe I should try the large cap losers from the open. I really haven't seen anything good though from this one flipping it, the more volatile stocks. Maybe I should try this one. I think I even have one. A day like today, that probably would have been too bad. Large cap losers from the open. So maybe I'll just load that one and, maybe I'll keep it tomorrow, depending on what the market does tomorrow. But I really haven't seen, as good action as the ones that are moving higher in both of them, the large cap and the volatile stocks. All right, guys, this is now a 3:01. So what I'm going to do is I'll put myself on mute. I am here though. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. The main room will be open until 3:30. Okay, guys, so I will put myself on mute right now. Yes.
Yes.
Helmet on, shoes on, tires are pumped. I'm
Screen
ready
is
to go.
swapped. You're out. Adios.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks,
I'll
Chris.
talk
Bye.
to you later, Barry. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right, everybody. What a Tuesday, huh? In case anybody forgot, it's a bear market, right? And, anyways, here we are. So what a day. What a morning. Of course, folks, it's an open forum here. I'm just going to dive right in on some stuff. But if anybody has any questions, comments, or anything that they want related to the actual software, anything at all, feel free to interrupt at any point. But let's get right to some stuff here. And did the market lead CPI? Did CPI lead the market? Who really cares, right? Price action's price action at the end of the day. Now, we've been discussing here for days and days and days. I can see for miles and miles and miles. Is that how the song goes, right? We've got a couple of days. I want to illustrate through 15-minute chart here and also the daily chart. So again, we talked about this. Buyers seem tired. I thought right back here, the sellers, the bears really had a chance to pounce, and they didn't. And Friday was big, and yesterday was big up. And, I said this was a big deal here. But, lo and behold, CPI was sitting and waiting in the wings for us to really come and smack us up a little bit here. So, we looked like we had strong price action going into it, and CPI came and wiped us out. We had that gap up this morning, and when I saw that big gap up like that this morning, I said yesterday I'd like to see a couple sideways days, and I felt like that gap up was really reminiscent of some of the stuff we saw back here on this run, and then a collapse into it. And I thought, it's a really big gap up to have, really big move to see leading into a CPI print that's going to be as important as it was. Obviously, we never really recovered again. Anybody that follows me on Twitter, I put out a tweet just to mess around and be bold, saying that I thought we'd get a bounce today. We didn't get any bounce. I mean, there was just nothing. I mean, I wouldn't call that a bounce right there. That was just taking a nap before the final push down. I mean, we're looking at 4% down today. So for anybody that's forgotten, it's absolutely a bear market. There's going to be a bear market until further notice. We're technicians that live in a fundamental world. The fundamentals of the economy here, the economies in Europe, the economies in Asia, they're poor fundamentals right now. And that's all there is to it, and that is not going to change anytime soon, it looks like. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention Michael Anthony pointed out last week on, I guess it was Wednesday or Thursday last week, probably both days, he pointed out that Powell was going to talk this past Friday, that coming Friday of last week. And Powell came out and he said something along the lines of, we're going to hike till we get the job done, talking about inflation. All right. You have to wonder if he knew something ahead of time, ahead of this print, to try to prepare people, saying, look, we ain't done hiking. We got a long ways to go, and prepare yourselves for whatever we're going to do. I don't see any way that they don't go a full point in a couple of weeks from now. That's my opinion. They want to make this soft landing. I don't know that they're going to be able to make a soft landing. I don't think anybody knows. I don't think these guys really know what they're doing at the end of the day, to be honest. I think, economists are like a 200 moving average on a daily chart for a breakout on a 1 minute time frame. They are so far behind the curve. It's unbelievable. But with that said, we have to play in the arena that they've given us, essentially. And that's all there is to it. So it goes back to it's more of a stock pickers and a day traders environment. I'm sorry for the swing traders. I am more of a swing trader by nature. It is not a swing trader's environment. It's going to be very hard to, it's going to continue to be hard to swing trade. Swing trading is going to involve finding stocks that have relatively held up well in these down draws, and then start to have a day or two where they close strong, whether the market closes strong or not. Of course, you want the market on your side. If the market doesn't close on your side and you're still trying to swing trade, shooters are going to shoot. That's all you can do, and you'll have to accept that. But it's a bear market, and that's all there is to it. And there's, without a question, money to be made in this bear market. It's harder, overall harder, but it's there. And having a set of trading rules, following those rules, being disciplined, and understanding when you should be sitting out and when you should be participating are a really huge deal. I talked about yesterday, I couldn't get it together. I couldn't get it in gear for some trades yesterday. And so I sat out a lot of stuff yesterday because I didn't have a feel for it. I thought about putting on some swing positions yesterday, and I said, I don't have a feel for it. I think it's time to sit out. My instincts were right for sitting out. All right. Listening to that trading plan, listening to yourself when you don't have a beat, when you don't have a feel is very important. Let's get to some price action on the day today, because even with this today, my scanners, still really did well. One thing I want to note, that's something that's on the way to you folks. If you are noticing, look how smooth my scanners are moving right now. The way that the symbols are smoothly moving up and down the lines. This is going to be the HTML version that's going to come out eventually. That's going to go on to the web version. So those of you that like the web version, want to use the web version, and or just don't have a Windows or virtual machine, this is what's on the way for you. Is it next week? Probably not. Is it by the end of the month? Maybe not. Is it sometime in October? I think there might be a good chance that this is out sometime in October for you web version folks. Don't hold me to it. All right. Developers are developers, and if something don't look right, they're not going to put it out. They don't give us time frames, but I'm basing sort of a time frame on the work and the talk that I see go on internally. They have not given any sort of a time frame. Market really giving it up to this level right here. This is a really big deal. Also, we're more than 4% down now here on the SPY. This is some really, really heavy stuff here, folks. So, all right. With that said, let's get to the price action today. And trade journal program. Right now, the closest you're going to get is our the calendar feature, Teddy. That'll be the closest you get right now. The calendar feature, though, I think has some kind of bugs in it. I know it has some kind of bugs. Well, let me rephrase it. I don't know if it's bugs or not in the calendar feature. Let me bring it over here. Or if it was designed and then the design didn't go according to plan, that it's not necessarily a bug. But in the calendar feature here, it only works for the simulated trading. But so I took a couple of trades on the 7th last week, but for some reason those trades are reflected on the 1st, the 2nd, and the 6th when they should not be. And if I double click those dates like I just did, it's going to give me these windows here. I'm going to bring over. These trades were all taken on the 7th, but somehow, some way, for some reason, they're reflected here. Now, there's other parts of the program that have a look back as if we had something during a time frame, even if we didn't. So I don't know if that was the thought process behind here. Sometimes the devs and they do things, and I wish they would talk to us before they did, the traders. But it is what it is. That's what's in there. I filed a report with them saying I don't think this really makes sense. I don't know if it was intentional or if it was unintentional, but it really needs to be looked at and addressed so we can put better documentation together for this to push out to our users. Anyways, that's what you have. The SPY feature on it is without a question broken. It's supposed to show what the SPY did, as a market proxy to your portfolio essentially. So that's kind of what we have right now as far as journaling. Do I use anything? Yeah, I use a notebook. I'm old school like that. I like to write things down. I don't. I'm not very big on a lot of digital stuff in that regard. Personal preference. It's not right, wrong, or indifferent. I just feel like I feel like by actually physically writing things down, it gives me a better feel of everything that's going on. My thoughts, I have to articulate them better, putting that pen to the paper. So that's what I did. I did for a long time. I journaled every trade, winner, loser, why it was a winner, why it was a loser, why I got in, where I got the idea from, how long I held it for, why I held it for that time, what was my stop, why was it my stop, what was my tentative target, why was my tentative target, all those things like that, asking myself those questions. So that's what I did there as far as that stuff goes. If you are a newer trader and you're not doing that in some way, shape, matter, or form, shame on you. Absolutely shame on you. If you didn't know, then I guess you got to pass, right? If you didn't know that's something you should be doing. If you did know and you are not doing it, that's lazy. All right, that's all there is to it. And I don't think there's any reason to mince words when you're putting your own hard-earned money on the line here. Just wow, what a move from the SPY right now. I mean, we could get halted technically if we move down another 2.6%. All right, anyways, let's move along here. My races, they're all the same race. They're all, the only difference is a price difference. So I'll share that out here. Relative strength from scan. Relative strength from the open. So all three races that you see up here are all exactly the same except for a price difference. And if you see any discrepancies in any of them, it's because I was playing around. I stopped them and started them at different times. So the top list would have became out of sync with each other. But I think for the most part, yeah, they all look the same. Look, IFBD, ETNB, FAZE. FAZE is going to probably try to come back up the line here. CMPX. So yeah, that looks all right to me. Anyways, with all that said, CMRA presented plenty of good opportunities today without any question. Nice gap up, holds the gap. Okay, move through here, fades, and we banged around this 250 level all day long. So had you been paying attention, you set some price alerts. You could have been bumping those price alerts up and down throughout the day. And then this thing really just broke out. And when it broke 3, really moved up, had a nice pullback, now breaking 4. Really good opportunities in here. There's, without any question, really good opportunities in here. Also, look at the volume here. You could see the volume really start to take a tick when it went and broke that 250 level again and moving up through that whole time there. So, and on a 5-minute chart, it looks even better without any question. Pullback even looks better on that 5-minute chart. Plenty of opportunities to make some money on this stock today without any question. IFBD, not the same story, much tougher, all the same. Were the opportunities there? Were they harder? Without a question, they were harder. But what we do is difficult, and you got to take, on a down day like this today, where the market is literally down in some areas 4.5%. You got to be a trader. If that's what you want to do. This stuff's hard. So one quote unquote easy trade, one quote unquote hard trade. Nothing that we do is easy. Nothing we do is easy. Let's move it to AKRO. Another tough one today, but certainly presented some opportunities. Looks probably better on a 5-minute chart here. These were not easy opportunities. Spreads opened up at points, but you've got this moves down to under 25, moves back up over 28 here today. So while it's tough to look at on these charts, you could zoom in more, right? That gap up, there's nothing to do about that gap up. Makes for a tough environment. You could zoom and take that gap out if you want. A lot of range on here. Again, difficult, not impossible. Again, hard, but again, tradable. What are the halt rules for the market? I think it's either 7 or I thought it was 7% down for the first halt. Maybe it's 10 on the second. I can't remember. And the third halt is at 14. Maybe it was again. I know that the first halt I'm confident on 7, and then they halt it and that's it. So I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think we're going to see a halt today. I don't think we'll see a halt period. But I got to say, I did not expect the market to sell off the way it has today. And I think it's going to be brutal again tomorrow. I don't think we get any relief tomorrow. You've got data coming out of Europe later this week. You've got a lot of data coming out this week for the macro environment. And I think that's going to really dominate everything we see. All right, so let's keep moving along. GPCO, again, was it an easy one? This thing was coming through a lot today, and it even was coming through here and here. So you could have seen it early. You could have addressed it early. You could have, had some price alerts set on it. And again, were the moves easy? Absolutely not. Were they there? Yes. Were they tradable? Yes. So, we're looking at 4 for 4 here so far on top 10 winners. Yosh. Another one. Was it easy? Nope. Were the moves there? Yep. Was it tradable? Yep. Has it continued to be tradable? Yep. 5 for 5. FRTX. I don't think this was really that tradable, to be honest. Was it coming through in here? Yeah. But the spread was always terrible on this stock, to be honest. So while, yes, you've got to move from around 220 to 280 up here. And sure, is it a 60-cent move and on a $2 stock? Absolutely. Was that easy? That was really hard. Was it tradable? Someone could argue yes, especially looking at a 5-minute chart. Probably 3-minute chart looks even better. So was it tradable? Yes. It was one of the more difficult tradable ones. So again, what we do is hard. Some look harder than others. This was one of those particularly hard ones. It was a fast, hard move, and that's what you got to listen. 2 million in the float, right? $2 stock. You got to be prepared for the move to be fast and a rug pull fast on these. Otherwise, you really shouldn't be trading them anyways. Like I said, really hard. Not as easy to trade without any question. Was it tradable? Yes. It was a very difficult tradable one, though. FWBI, I think this one is a little nicer. Yep. Look at that 15-minute chart. Really clean through here. Really good move. Coming from under $3, up over 360. Really solid move. Even better looking on the 5-minute chart. I mean, we're talking, I won't even count this one. We'll call it, 6 for 7 here at this point on tradable stocks on the top 10. And this means that for these to be on the top 10, it means they've been coming through the scan all day long. AEHR, no different again. So I think I have really shown off how powerful the scanner is. Is it perfect every day? Is it great every day? Absolutely, absolutely not. But are there tradable moves on this every day? Yes. I'll say at least 2 solid tradable ideas through this every single day on this scanner. Every day. And on a day where, again, the markets are down, let's see, the NASDAQ is down over 5% right now. The SPY is, the SPY or the S&P is down about 4.5%. And the Dow and the Diamonds are down around just over 4%. And to have that many ideas that were that tradable, I don't know what else anybody could really ask for. Keep it moving, keep it going here. CMR and CMPX. We talked CMPX already. Nope, but here it is coming through. Had a volume burst here and a move here. Nah, we're not going to give it that one. I'm just looking at that gap on that 5-minute chart. On the 3 to 320. Nah, we won't. Not tradable to me. I don't think that's tradable. Someone might think it is. I don't. But what about this here? Take a look. CPRX early on in the day. Nice early move. On a 5-minute chart, you had some time to make that trade, get involved in it, especially. Not as clean on a 15-minute chart. You'd have had to have gotten in somewhere in the second 15-minute candle. When you stuck around up here and you didn't see it get through and you were looking at that market, you'd have been, you'd have been hard pressing your luck to have not taken profits on a move, coming from under 17 to a move well up above, good move up into 17 here and to have not taken profits. So another one, this was on races early. It only won a few races. It only won 1 or 2 races early, and then that was it. But it was there. Another tradable move there. And I'm moving out of the top 10 now. VNet still in top 10 here. Even nicer. And again, when you see a market like you're at, you got in here and you're topping out here over and over again, you'd be pressing some hard luck to have not taken profits there. So I think I've really demonstrated that this scan was outstanding. RGLS, another one here. So I've got some different top 10s here because look, RGLS has won 3 races. These ones have won 3 races, so it has to pick which one. So this one defaulted to be that way. All right, so you got a lot of stocks that have won 3 races. So, that's why having multiple versions of a race open can be beneficial as well. NRBO, yes, NRBO won several races early, but then it got pushed off the list because of the price. Because the price shot up over $30, so it couldn't be on this race here anymore, where it could be on this race. So you see it's won 12 races on the higher priced race, right? And just unreal move, right? Unreal move. I don't know what more people could possibly want. Pointing at it nonstop. Even a stock like this, making a move like this, having taken, 50 shares, 75 shares, 100 shares, you could have had a great move on it. Am I saying that's what someone should have taken? Absolutely not. But my point being is that you didn't have to share size big with keeping a nice tight stop and having some explosive potential, even later in the day, all throughout here. I mean, look how long that move goes on for. So, just a lot there, a lot to take in. I think I covered the races pretty well there. There's some stuff that came through races earlier in the day that never materialized. KSPN won some races, fast and furious early. I took a trade in it, a very brief trade. I got in a 319. And when we did that, and then we didn't break through here, I closed it right away when we didn't get a close up above $40 there. $40 on 340. I think 5-minute chart will illustrate that better because I was looking at both of them. So when we couldn't bust through this level here and it just kept doing this, I closed it. I don't know. I think I closed it at 337. Yeah, that's what I closed it at. So took a quick ride on that and looked to be the right call there. Again, on a down day like we have, you'd be pressing your luck to mess around and sit around too much. VKTX came through won some races, never materialized to nothing. And on a 5-minute chart, we could see it just never materialized nothing. So this is where I want to point out, jumping the gun on a lot of these stocks, especially when you look at a couple time frames, right? Line up a few time frames. Didn't look good even on a small time frame, right? CRDO is going to be another one of those. No, sorry, CRDO has had to have won some races, right? Yeah, so 3 races here it's won all day long on this. I mean, pretty solid stuff. You can see I had a price alert that I've been bumping up throughout the day. That price alert started down here actually. No, down here actually. 315. That's where I started that price alert. Coming through those races, fantastic move, fantastic trade. Again, live data all day long here and a watch list all day long here. And two ways to look at that watch list. Top 10 watch list or a running watch list for the whole day, right? So I maintain this is a really special way to scan the markets, and there is nobody, and I mean nobody, that does what we do. There's not even anybody close to what we do here. Not anybody close. Hopefully the masses start to wake up and see this. And, like I said, what we do is hard, but there's a lot of people that want to manage their own money, and having the right tools is the only way to do it. And we are the right tools without any question. We are absolutely the right tools. What else did I look at? So PXMD came through a race. I didn't find this to be that likable, to be honest. By the time it started showing up for me on the race, or I noticed it anyways, it was a little above 450, maybe it was 460 or 470. And this is one of those stocks that just, these shadows, these topping and bottoming shadows, I just, I don't feel it. 200,000 in the float. I don't know how right that is, but even if it's wrong, what is it? 1 million float, 2 million float, and such a new issue and just really super whippy. Now, looking at a 5-minute chart and, 450 break, it was a really great move, almost a 550, and it was a tradable, sure. I just didn't have a pulse for it myself. But again, it came through a race. That's how I found it. I found it well before the $5 move. The move through $5, and even if I only found it at $5, still had a nice move through $5. So, no, we don't have anything like that. We don't. We have nothing to look at the full market in that regard. We're just scanning the stock market itself. We're not looking at a macro view in that regard. I think just a simple web search will give you all that stuff. What else can I point out at here? No, there's anything else for me to point out. I think LXU won a race here. But nah, not a whole lot out of there for me. I actually, the 5-minute chart looked a lot better. I just didn't pay attention because I had traded CRAM and ALLG. I made another trade in today, and what was the other one? KSPN. So I made trades in that, and I didn't catch this. But LXU, actually, really nice move here. It was coming through early races, and on that 17 break, beautiful. I mean, what else could anybody want? Really, what else could you want on this? I traded this here, ALLG. I was watching it from yesterday. It came through a race here. I took it right about there, but on this candle here, and it came up through, came down to my entrance, and I set a sell order here at 616, I think is what. Yeah, 616. I set it at, and it came up and grabbed that order. So, still, it's down 2 cents today with the nonsense of the market. I'd say that's pretty special, to say the least. Something I want to note here on the SPY, I think is super important now. SPY went through and pierced that line that I've got drawn, right? Came back up and couldn't get through it again. And now it's pinned under that line again on a 15-minute chart and a 5-minute chart, pinned right under it, with increasing volume as we round out the trading day that is. So that's a pretty big deal, I'd say. You got it, Finn. And I will say, I don't think there's any plans to add a calendar event like that right now. I think the big stuff the dev team is working on is getting the races and the Market Explorer into the web version. And the web version, as we know it, eventually is getting retired, And essentially the quote unquote web version will look like the app and be the app essentially, but on the web. That is a main focus for Mac users at this point, to really get them up to speed. And so nobody needs to be using a virtual machine anymore. So that's where that stuff is at. Aside from that, I don't have a lot else to comment on here. The market's down. We could look at sectors, but every sector just got rocked with the exception of our friend natural gas. Had a lot of people that was the top on natural gas tell me that, and here it was the top. Here it was really the top. We're not playing around. This is the top. This was really it. This was actually double top is what I kept being told by a few people. This was the top again. I mean, eventually one of these will be the top, but the same people kept telling me this, and this were the top. Eventually, yet they will be right eventually. And it'll be cool when they're right, like the 50th time. But imagine not having not traded natural gas stocks during this entire sets of runs. I mean, that'd been really cool, right? To have missed out on all that. So I don't let my bias or my emotions affect anything. Anyways, natural gas looking really strong again here in the face of this bear market. Will it get back up to this top? I have no idea, but I personally would be a fool if I didn't look at some natural gas stocks. So I don't have any to really push out right now, but let's look at some of my usual suspects and see what they look like. So P10 doesn't look great overall, but doesn't look terrible as compared to the rest of the market. Vet, another one, at daily chart don't look too terrible compared to the rest of the market. MGY, this does not look as good, kind of giving us a middle finger candle. Still doesn't look horrible, but not as great. SD, no, SD looks like trash. TEL does not look good. This doesn't look bad. This looks pretty decent actually compared to a lot of those other ones. So, there's just a few that we've gone through. Shin, thank you. We really like that. We really like to hear that. The races have been a hard sell, believe it or not, and especially for our quote-unquote older users. By older users, I mean people that have been with us for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6+ years. A lot of them, you have to see some of the negative comments we get about the races. It looks, this is nonsense. It looks like child's play, all kinds of stuff like that. And it's very unfortunate people are so closed-minded like that. But, I guess these people have great scans that they're already using, and they don't see any reason to get off those scans. They're obviously making money with the software. So, good for them. I just, I never get when people give negative feedback. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean it's bad. Not liking something is not quite the same thing, me not liking higher prices at the grocery store, I think that's a bad thing for people in general, versus me not liking what my grocery store carries. That's just an opinion, to separate the two. But anyways, it is what it is. That's how people roll. All right, what else? I don't know. I'm trying to figure what else. So, but anyways, yeah, natural gas just jumped out at me. I mean, B dry is also. I'll just bring over my sector analysis really quick. B dry is up too. For what I mean, I don't know. I think this is kind of funny. The B dry always seems to be kind of counter to whatever the market's doing. That's not true because it just got smashed all through here. And when the market was tanking, B dry was basically tanking too. Although, you know what? Actually, now I'm looking a little closer here. When the market was making bottoms in June, B dry was kind of flat to uppish through June. And then, took a tick down here going into July. But market rallied. This did not rally, and now it's been vice versa again. Really kind of interesting inverse there. You know what? I'm gonna do something here because what else are we doing anyways, right? So there's B dry, and why don't we compare chart this up to chart style. Yeah, let's get that. Let's get those lines a little thicker, right? Boy, we're really doing some stuff here, man. Let's put that up to the SPY. Look at that. Isn't this interesting, right? Look at B dry compared to the SPY. So here's your SPY. And here's B dry. Oh, I find this very interesting here. Now, obviously, it's looking weak compared to it here, but look how strong B dry was. And it showed strength to the relative market several times. Yes, Jins, we have a web version. We call it a slimmer version because it doesn't have all the functions that the downloadable app does. However, we are hoping in the next few months to start to really retire the web version that is and bring in the web version that will be basically, rate in line more than less with this app. So yeah, we do have that. You can find that on the download page. I'm not sure if you're already a Trade Idea subscriber or not. I can pass some links and materials to you. Sorry, I missed this, Rami. Hi, Chris. I want to filter stocks or prices higher than 220 SMA on 2-minute chart. So I created. So we don't have a code compiler, Rami. If that code doesn't exist within the system, you won't be able to just implement it. You have to work with data points that exist within the system. So, you've got to work with, you're going to have to work with the data points that are within the custom formulas. So here's our blurb on custom formulas. All right. So, that's what you'll have to work with in there. If you want a little more help with customs, I'm going to send you to our email because I'm not a big customs person, support@trade-ideas.com. All right. And give us an email there. But essentially, you've got to work with these data points. And I'm going to bring up those data points now. As soon as I find the links that I need. All right, so this is a PDF that you're going to want to check out. It's in that link that I just shared with you. And when it comes to SMAs, this is all we have right here. So 200 SMA, we're only going to have on a 5-minute, 15-minute, and 60-minute charts. That's it for the 200 SMA. So you'll have to work with those periods. What you put in, we don't have that data point. You got it. And then a second I mean, I can share this PDF with you as well, but this is all in what I already shared with you, with a lot of other good stuff in there as well for what customs are, what custom abilities we have. So that's that. And then you're also going to want to look at this here. This is the majority of the short codes that exist within the system. However, there are a few that exist within the system that are in the other PDF I just shared. So these are the areas you'll have to work with. This is everything that we have. And again, if we go to the SMAs here, you can find these different SMAs that are all here. It's a lot of verses here on this, comparing SMAs on different time frames. All right, let me get rid of that compare chart. Gotcha. So yeah, you're gonna want to email into what I just gave you as well. That's support@trade-ideas.com. That's gonna that's gonna get you access to Stephanie actually, and she's gonna be the one that's gonna help you more than me. Like I know a lot of some of the basics on it, but she's the one that really can get down to the nitty gritty with that stuff. And I always feel bad doing that to her, because she's the one that really handles all that stuff. But it's a trade-off. I handle brokerage plus, and she handles custom formulas. So that's our trade-off. That's the deal that we made. Whoa, what happened with my race here? That's strange. Huh. That was strange. I don't remember clicking anything to cause that. Wow, this is weird. How'd that happen? My race lanes got insanely big. All right, well, this is why this... Oh, there's that one too. Well, this is why we don't release this stuff yet. Strange. So, all right, if anybody else has any questions, please let me know. At the moment, I'm kind of trying to dance around and see what we can come up with here for some more content. Like I said, there's, everything was down. That's all there is to it. SPY closed underneath that line. So there's not much we can do there. Yeah. righty, folks. So, sorry, just was typing out a message. It's coming in. I wanted to answer. I take a screenshot of something here. All right, you're a quiet bunch on me here today. Not that I can blame you. It's a tough market day. Seeing if I can get these races to stop doing what they're doing. This is strange here. So I shrunk them. Very strange. All right. Well, like I said, this is why we test this stuff before sending it out to you folks. What else can we talk about here? Ian, well, first, Ian, welcome. Super happy to have you here. You're going to get a lot of different personalities through here each week. If you don't have the full format of what we're doing here, Barry runs it for most of the day, for the heavy balance of the day. At noon Eastern each day, you'll get a different person here for an hour on the YouTube side. I take care of Mondays. Michael takes care of Tuesdays. Jamie Wednesday. Steve Thursday. Andy Friday. And then I take over at 3:30 every day for Barry. So you'll have me here at 3:30. I really started this stream to, help people, understand trading in general, let alone the software. I think overall, the software after a few weeks is easier to get a hold of than actually trading. And that's why I talk a lot of charts and support and resistance and indicators and things like that. I don't use a lot of indicators, but I understand a fair amount of them and can, help people get some guidance on them. And so, outside of asking me what to buy, sell, or hold or do, and the same will go for the other guys, no questions, off the, off limits at this point. So please, make sure, feel free anytime, pop in some questions here, especially when I'm around. And after hours, Ian, you can get us at support@trade-ideas.com. And we're happy to assist in any way that we can for you, of course. All right, perfect, Ian. That's what you got to do. That's how you got to do it. Having that plan, executing that plan, and then, don't forget you have access to a simulator. So, if you're trying to refine a trading plan, how you like to set stops, how you like to take profit, your entries, so on and so forth, make sure to please, not just Ian, but anybody, please take advantage of that. That simulator, right? That's what it's there for. Don't miss out on that. It's a really, really great tool to have. sorry, I'm just trying to see if I can find anything with the race lanes here. Because there was a way to make the race lanes bigger and smaller. I'm not seeing that anywhere anymore. Perhaps we removed it. I'm guessing we removed that. I'll have to look at the dev notes again in the build that just came out. So, all right. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what to say at this point. We talked about a few minutes ago trying to find stocks that didn't get slaughtered today. TI Strengths is where you might want to head. All right. LNG, let's take a look at that. Remains up real nice for the day here. And it's an energy, natural gas. What did we talk about before, right? So there we go. Bang, natural gas. AEHR. This is going to be power related. I see testing electricity, manufacturing, test burn products, semiconductor, water contact test systems. So, all right, something kind of energy related. And, that's in the face of what we saw today. Kind of hard to ignore that, right? So on a day when we get a bounce, this thing could be extra bouncy. CPRX. I don't know about this one. This gave us a big middle finger candle right here. Really just got drubbed into the open here, or into the close, excuse me. But I mean, the liquidity and the volume on it are massive. Technically, we just about closed that gap. All right. So not technically as in, I'm talking about as, technicians, we closed the gap. It's bouncing here in the after hours. So, there's a really good chance that this could see an update tomorrow. It's continuing to push on all-time highs. All right. So, it took out another all-time high today. It's got a, 7% short float. The shorts have been moving out. So literally anybody short this stock, other than if they shorted it today, we're shorting it back here. I highly doubt anybody short it back here at this point. So, that's a really, really big deal. That's a really, really big deal right there, as far as looking at a chart from a technical standpoint and looking at these data points that are behind it. So I've got my window or my door open here with the screen door. I know we have a huge torrential storm firing in on us right now. Pretty incredible actually to see. So also, on a personal note, I coach a softball team, and looks like we're going to have to cancel our practice tonight. NIO. Let's take a look at NIO together. Is this the Chinese Tesla, right? Yeah, Andy was talking about this today. Said it was, had a really good move in it earlier in the day. Really great move here. It's a really great move here. There's been a lot of Chinese stocks that have been doing really well. I'm just communicating with the dev team right now about what I'm seeing on these races here. What's happening? Sorry, NIO. So there's some Chinese stocks that have been holding up well, even though the KWeb and the FXI look like total trash. This had its earnings here and has been able to move up nice since earnings. Really liquid stock. Good volume, doing 2 times what it's normally doing here. This is a big deal, this level. Whoops, that was a terribly drawn line, but I think I illustrate what I want to show you. This line here, we get through there, got a little bit of a bump here. We start to really climb this mountain here with NIO. Again, take that for what it's worth, given the environment that we're in right now and what not just the macroeconomic look is here, but the world macroeconomic look looks like. How many people will be buying cars and electric cars and charging them and all those things like that. But you can't ignore what this stock did today, up, even though it was up just a few cents technically on the close here. That's a massive reversal. You have to take notice of that. You have to take notice of that. So, all right, folks. I'm going to begin to wind down in a moment here. And IO came on the scanner. Nice. Okay, so there's a lot that gets on here and that I never see during the day. So, I get busy answering emails and chats and tickets and things like that. And so I miss a lot of stuff later, in the afternoons here when they're coming through, or late mornings. I miss a lot of stuff. But I very much enjoy hearing when winners are coming through. Yeah, that's Ian. I don't know if you're still here, but I don't segregate myself into any category. I don't look at just low floats or just large floats or just high, big market cap, small market cap. I don't scan on any of that type of stuff. I just price and volume in the chart. Give me a couple of intraday charts, a 5 and a 15-minute and daily chart, see if there's room to move on it again. That's why I really stick to that stuff. I don't discriminate a stock based on float or anything like that. So, all right, folks, I think I'm going to wrap it a little early here today. Kind of a quiet session. Also have to find out if my field is flooded for softball on personal note. Let's see, today's Tuesday. So it was Michael at noon. Tomorrow, Wednesday, you'll get Jamie. I believe you'll get Jamie at noon tomorrow. I think he's back from all of his personal endeavors from last week. If not, you'll get me tomorrow at noon and 3:30. Look, the market can sway either way. So, you should be taking trades based on a trading plan. If you don't have a trading plan, you probably shouldn't be taking any trades. Don't listen to the advice of others. If you can't look at a chart and give yourself your own advice, I don't know what to tell you. You really gotta have that plan formulated. For all we know, tomorrow the market gaps up 2% and runs the whole day. And, you can't be sitting here cursing, I didn't take a trade because I listened to so-and-so, and the vice versa. The market could gap down and continue. And, some other person was saying that the market is going to gap up tomorrow and it's going to run. And then you did take the trades and now it reversed on you. And now you're blaming the other so-and-so. What we do is hard. There's just no two ways about any of this. What we do is hard, and that's all there is to it. So, have that plan, execute that plan, and, make sure that you have realistic expectations for what you're doing. So I thank you all very, very kindly. I appreciate all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. We will do this all again tomorrow. Barry will be here at 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern time to open the room. Again, you'll have Jamie at noon Eastern. And and you'll have me back at 3:30. So I thank you again, and you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Monday, wherever you are on this spinning globe we call Earth. Take care.